You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of BASS.
Good morning and welcome to you. It is bass fishing at the highest level. This is the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. And for the top circuit of bass fishing, this is the final turn headed for home. This is the last two of 9 events here. This is number 8. Number 9 is next week. Both of them right here in a state we love, and that is New York. We love New York for fishing because it is a wonderful, wonderful destination for us for all kinds of reasons. And Davy Height, Lake Champlain is so legendary. I mean, it's on everyone's bucket list for so many reasons.
It is. My first trip to Lake Champlain was in the mid-90s. It was a great fishery then, but it's gotten better and better every single time that we come here. It's amazing how good this fishery is, largemouth and smallmouth bass.
Absolutely. We show you on the map here where we are. We're between actually the state of New York and Vermont. New York is our headquarters here, Plattsburgh, New York. And wow, we love New York because of all the fishing opportunities. But this place, as Davey said, is special. 500 square miles, 100 miles long, 14 miles wide at points. And it always gives us a great, great tournament here for the Bassmaster Elite Series. That was an hour earlier today at takeoff time there in Plattsburgh. 101 anglers, the full field fishing today. The second day of competition. Usually we're on day 3 by now, but we had our efforts sort of postponed, washed out, if you will, by the remnants of Hurricane Debbie. Wind was a big factor yesterday. Couldn't really go for safety reasons. We're okay today. It's going to be a little lumpy out there today, but it should be okay, right?
Yeah, a little sporty, no doubt about it. But, you know, we love going to these lakes. This is not a great lake, but it's close to it. Like you said, 100 miles long and 14 miles wide. But, boy, Mother Nature can give you a body blow. I mean, no doubt about it. Yesterday, the remnants of that hurricane, those winds, it was just tough conditions. It would have been dangerous for the anglers to be out there.
Well, let's have a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now, and there he is on top, Seth Feider. What we saw on day number 1 was really amazing. We were expecting a continuation of the vibe, if you will, from last year, just mainly dominated by guys using their electronics, catching those smallmouth out deeper, but Seth Feider and others going the largemouth route and with big success.
Yeah, Seth Feider, the 1-2 punch for him has been start with smallmouth and then fishing largemouth. That's always been a good strategy here at Lake Champlain because you do have a good population of both. Last year, not so much the case. Not a lot of largemouth, brought to the scales last year. It was certainly dominated by the smallmouth, but this year Seth Feider shows there are a lot of 4, 5, and even some 6-pound largemouth here on Lake Champlain.
Seth Feider, added to all that, has a tremendous record here. 2 second places here in Bassmaster Elite Series action, a 4th place as well. Is he the man most due for a win here at Lake Champlain? You can sure make that argument, but it's not going to be easy.
See, the wind direction has changed.
It's 5, but he's little.
South wind the last few days, and Seth was actually protected fairly well once he got to his area, but that wind's more out of the west today, and it's coming right in that area, which can be good, especially for the smallmouth. They get more aggressive oftentimes, but the water color, the water clarity is going to be a big issue today.
Seth Feider, decade here in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Man, and this one was the game changer, Tommy, when we talked about...
Oh, my God!
We talked about what your top end weight could be. With smallmouth, you're kind of topped out around 21, 22 pounds this week, it seems, but with a 6-pound largemouth, you can get to that heavy 23, like Seth Feider did on day 1, and this catch really set the tone for his day. It was the first hour and a half of his fishing. Yeah,
that was just day 1 here at Lake Champlain 2024. It looks like we're in another state, another time, but how the conditions have changed. But then you also have a lot of these backwater areas where these largemouth live with the blowdowns. It's just a lot of diversity here, and always the vegetation, being able to fish topwater frogs, targeting these largemouth. Seth gets another big one in the boat.
He's the guy who catches a big largemouth almost every day, it seems, Tommy, but he was even shocked that 2 big ones came in the boat for him.
This one even bigger than the first one there. That is not usual. That is very, very novel here, even on Lake Champlain.
Yeah, I talked to Seth after he weighed in on day one, and even he said, and he's like you mentioned, Ronnie, he's caught a lot of big largemouth. Percentage-wise, compared to the rest of the field, every time we come up here, it seems like he catches one big one every other day or so. But to catch two in one day is very unusual.
Bonus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back to live now. All that action was from yesterday again.
Feels decent.
One in the boat already.
No, I lied. Oh, barely hooked.
Seth has spent a lot of time in Minnesota. Lake Minnetonka. It's very similar to the way he fishes when he comes here. He looks for milfoil and largemouth bass, a little milfoil and rock mixture, some blowdowns back in some of these small rivers and creeks. So this place sets up well for him because that's how he cut his teeth growing up, becoming a fisherman, a bass fisherman.
Took a 21-pound average to win last year. He got 23 pounds yesterday, so well on track. Just can you keep it going for 4 days?
And the one thing that he's balanced very well, Davey, is he is the guy who, him and Schmidt have matched the, I'm going to fish for smallmouth and largemouth and maybe go 50-50 on catching them. And when one lets me down on a given day, I can change gears. And so he will need smallmouth at some point this week, possibly. But 20 largemouth to win, with the way the largemouth have been putting out the last 3 weeks at Champlain, that is still a possibility as well.
The past 13 days on Champlain of Bassmaster Elites fishing, Fighter has 4 Phoenix Boats Big Bass daily wins.
Yeah, that's very unusual,
and
that percentage.
Standing in first place, he's also given himself some hope to make the Bassmaster Classic. He was 65th in our points coming in. With the first place points, he's 49th. He got to be about top 42.
This was earlier today. Brandon Lester, the veteran out there today, started in 5th place. He's now moved up to 2nd place.
Brandon Lester, not with the track record for big fish like Seth Fighter here, but certainly a great history here on Lake Champlain. Always seems to do well when we come here.
Angler from Tennessee. Great record overall in the state of New York. Some really big finishes up here. Getting some numbers going
We got
earlier
to pull
today.
every dang one up.
Day one, he caught his limit in about 5 or 10 minutes, it seemed. Talking to Brandon, and looks like he started there again today. Didn't use any of these fish after day one, but it's a big confidence builder to have your 5-fish limit early in the morning. Even if they're only 2-pounders, and probably wouldn't do you any good, but mentally it does you a lot of good to have those 5 fish in the live well this early in the morning. That's a solid fish there, though.
First one of the 101 to 5 fish to a 5-fish limit to start his day, and now out live to Brandon Lester.
Another good one.
So now that he has 5 in the boat, he can use this one to upgrade by turning back the smallest fish in his live well, replacing it with this one.
I'll be lucky if I get that one. Come on, Lord.
There we go. That one will certainly help.
There's a group of 5 of them. They were all that same size.
You want to weigh in the 5 biggest you can, Davey, but I don't think Lester, if that was his 5th biggest of the day, he wouldn't mind weighing that one in. So he gets to finally replace one of those 5 that you said, Tommy, he caught off the bat. You don't want to weigh any of those. So now he's got at least maybe one is acceptable to weigh. Man, Brandon Lester in 2022 got second in AOY, didn't miss a check cut all year, was in the top 50. It's so consistent. That's the epitome of his career. And last year took a step back, was really inconsistent, didn't make the Classic, and talked to him in the Expo and said, we want to see you in the Classic next year. What's the deal? He has returned to form. He's got multiple top 15s and then a couple 30th or so place finishes. That is who Brandon Lester is, and it's good to see him back strong again.
Started the day in 22nd place, so this has been a good tournament for him. TH Marine Weather Watch, let's take a look at it right now. Very similar to day number 1 when the weather was all perfect. 80 degrees your high today, 66 degrees tonight. Slight chance of rain, not really going to play as much of a factor. But a little more wind than we had on day number 1. Yeah. Still remnants, still the aftermath of that hurricane passing through, or tropical depression as it was at this point.
A lot of rain, reports of 5-6 inches of rain there in the last 24 hours.
It was nasty out there. It was a good call yesterday not to fish. How about the guy that started today second in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Jacob Fouts.
Jacob Fouts had a great year. Seems to just be in our top 10 about every event, it seems like. I know he hasn't missed a check in over a year. Just a great run that Jacob Fouts is on.
Former college angler that won the Classic bracket to make the Bassmaster Classic in 2018. We knew his skill coming out of college. Took him about a year or two off from the Opens, then qualified for the Elites. But since he's been on the Elites, Tommy, he really had struggled his first 2 years. Saved his career at the end of last season with a top 10 here and a great finish at the St. Lawrence. And then boom, you go from being almost gone as a professional fisherman to almost taking one of the best titles you can do. He is a few more days away from that, Davey.
Yeah, we've seen that. Unfortunately, we saw it some on day 1. Some anglers that traditionally catch them. You have one bad day out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and it can affect your whole career.
Yeah. Here's our Lowrance bird's eye view of Jacob Fouts and how he is set up out there today. Certainly got to have some confidence going into this day number 2. Again, this is just day number 2. If you're just joining us, our day number 2, which was scheduled for yesterday, was postponed for weather. But we are back with a vengeance apparently today. They are catching them.
And we will have a 4-day tournament still. Yes, sometimes in the past we've done a postponed day and we've had to cancel that day. It's been eliminated from it. At this very event in 2017, it was a 3-day tournament. But because it's so late in the season and with points being of the essence, Lisa Talmadge, Chris Bowes, all the tournament officials want to get the days in if possible. We will extend till championship Monday, and we will have a full season of competition for these anglers to fight it out.
It's going to be a full dose of New York over these 2 weeks here for sure. And that's a good thing. What a great state for fishing.
Good shot there with that Lowrance bird's eye view that you could see. Jacob Fouts looking for those suspended fish. Earlier, Brandon Lester, he's fishing for fish associated to the bottom, some boulders and that sort, and vegetation. And Seth Fighter the same.
Chris Zaldain with a great day yesterday. Texas resident, of course, the Classic coming to his home lake, Lake Ray Roberts, next year. And he's looking great to make it to the Classic and making his prospects better here.
He was one who, like Brandon Lester, had an uncharacteristically tough year last year and wasn't, a part of our contention for the Classic, and back in it and having a great season. Really quiet, great season.
Skinny fish, man.
Good shot there from Chris Zaldain. Just mentioned that Brandon Lester and Seth Fighter fishing rock and vegetation. Jacob Fouts looking for those fish suspended, chasing bait. Obviously right here in the gut, Chris Zaldain. These fish are related to current.
Yeah. We got a lot to take in today, a lot to sort out over the course of 4 days here. We're not even halfway done with this tournament yet, but look at the leaderboard right now. Seth Fighter, the biggest day of all yesterday, 23+ pounds on day 1 at Lake Champlain. Maintaining his lead today, but Brandon Lester jumping from 5th up into 2nd place, and Will Davis Jr. making a big move. We'll be right back. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Toyota. by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Oh, what a treat to be able to come to Lake Champlain. I tell you what, we got 101 anglers out there full field today. Let them set the table for us right now.
I really do like Champlain. It's a great fishing lake. It's a diverse fishery. Everybody's going to catch 17 to 18 pounds. It's unbelievable how good this lake actually fishes. And so just to be consistent is the key.
I don't think we got to put a call tag on him.
It's a really big lake as well, but you can literally catch them in any part of this lake. And I think you'll see guys doing that.
I have very little experience with this lake, but it sets up like a New York fishery.
Zebra mussels and gobies. They're both invasive species that came in, let's call it 15 or so years ago, and has changed the dynamic a little bit of the fishery.
Last year when we came, they seemed to be in gigantic groups. They were out deep. They were chasing bait. They were on deep grass edges, which is how I really capitalized in the tournament.
Champlain has always been incredible. Anybody that's ever been here finds it incredible. But with that being said, Champlain can also give you a big butt kick in the weather.
BMC on point, and some of our top performers through the years here at Lake Champlain, giving us the essential, what we need to know about this place. That was a good setup right there, and we'll bear that in mind as we forge through the morning here on day number 2. Our full field, last day for the full field, the only day you're guaranteed. You have to earn your way into the next 2 days all the way to Championship Monday.
Davey, just watching some of these anglers and hearing them talk about the weather, if they ever retire from professional bass fishing, they could get into commentating like you did, or they could go be a meteorologist, because they project the days that are going to get canceled in the Elite Series more times than not. And Brian Schmidt alluded to it in his interview. Weather can take a turn. He said, we'll watch out for Friday. Well, we saw what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. And you definitely need to pay attention to the weather as an angler. But when you go up north and you're on these lakes the size of Lake Champlain, Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, you definitely look at the weather all day, every day.
Back to Chris Zaldain, again, having a good season.
It's a good example here, Ronnie. The west wind really makes this area right here where Chris is. There's several other competitors in this little area, and it's not a big area, but these fish will really stack up here with a west wind. Pushing a lot of current through that little small bottleneck.
And you'd want to be positioned on this side for the current flow, but when that wind's pushing your back, it's so hard to keep in the zone. Your boat's wanting to go nose into the wind, and you're having to do the opposite and kind of walk backwards up a hill, you know. And
a lot of times, when there's 4 other competitors there, you just get the chair that you can sit in, the one that's available. You know, it might not be the ideal place, but it's just somewhere you can get. And Patrick Walters and Chris Zaldain there this morning, both catching fish well.
3-pounder right there for Zaldain. He'll want something bigger than that on average at the end of the day. Let's get out to Robert G., the Tennessee Vol. Having a great year. A rookie. Big start to his season down at Toledo Bend and has kept the ball going. Big finish to our last outing at Smith Lake.
Really enjoyable to watch there at Smith Lake. He was,
that's a little guy.
Spotlight was on him first year in the Elite Series, and he was having a good time and catching fish. Taku just had such a great day. He caught that big fish there at the end.
Want to know what's crazy, Tommy? Robert G. is 15th in Progressive Angler of the Year out of 100 anglers, 15th, and he's 7th in Rookie of the Year for Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. Wow. 15th in AOY. It's a tough world for rookies anymore. In
hard way to go. Rookies are good.
In the inland sea, getting bounced around by some waves, it's looking a little different today. I think a lot of these fish got blown over probably to Canada, where we can't fish because of how strong the winds were yesterday. And you can still feel kind of the remnants of the wind, kind of the aftermath it's still kind of blowing pretty good out here, but it's fishable. But you can just see how much the wind affected this lake. Like on my live scope, I can see all the sediment that's pulled up off the bottom, really disturbing all water column, and it's kind of interesting looking. I'm gonna stick in my area that I caught 21 pounds in for probably another hour or so before I really pull the plug on it, just to keep it honest. I haven't gone through the whole stretch just because it's like a probably 7 to 10 mile area where I feel like the big ones are living. But if I don't really see much then, and I think they probably relocated to Canada, I'm gonna run down to another place I haven't fished yet. I found in practice that I know has a bunch of 3-pounders, and it's because I figure if I can catch some 4s and 3s and catch like 20 or 21 pounds again today, I'll be sitting pretty good. So that'll be the plan. But hopefully the 4s show back up around here and I can hit them. That'll be the hardest part up here with the wind blowing me. If I go into them, it's harder to fish, so I gotta really be very accurate today.
Robert G starting the day in 7th place. Chris Zaldain, the man for the moment. He is steady catching.
Yes, he is.
And it's as simple as when you find that lineup that works for you and where your boat's positioned, Davey, it's you want to do it 5 times in a row and maybe 6 or 7 if you get lucky enough.
It's always fun to catch a big fish in a Bassmaster Elite tournament, but when you've got 3 or 4 other competitors around you and you're just showing them how to do it, it adds a little icing to the cake.
Chris Zaldain been out here 13 years with the elites. The only man's got him beat. Amongst our top 10 we're watching today is this man right here. His 15th year for Alabama's Matt Herron. This is earlier today.
Matt Herron on day 1 was one of the anglers that weighed in 5 largemouth, 0 smallmouth in his limit, but he mentioned catching smallmouth in the morning to get his day going. Just fortunate enough to cull them all out later in the day.
We got a zinger. We got a zinger. You never know with these crazy fish. It could be a 4-pounder. It could be a 2-pounder.
Or it could be a catfish.
Yeah, until we saw that yesterday. Or day 1.
I know he's angry. He said, I'm mad. He feels like a good fish, whatever it is.
Not fighting like a catfish, so I must say. They're not zingers, they're rollers.
No, yeah.
But it's pulling too hard for a walleye. You know, I'd much rather catch them on a 25-pound 4-0 and 7.5-foot broomstick. God. Huh? And I'd like to just bring him on over here. I'd like to see him. There he is, whatever it is. I see color. I don't think he's that big. I do not think he's that big. What is it? It's a smallmouth, thank goodness. Again, I wonder if it's a smallmouth. And he ain't, like I said, he's not even that big. I'd hate to catch a 4-pounder. God, I hate to put him in a box. But we can't put number 1 back. You know, so we gotta put catch number 1. Come here.
Bit shy of 4 pounds for sure, but you know, that's a start. Just get a limit in the boat, like you say, Davey, is a big boost for the old attitude.
They always seem to fight a little more that first one after you've been sitting on the bank for a day waiting to go back out there. They always seem to fight a little more then.
Matt Herron, who got the better of Lake Champlain, made the cut back in 2020. Last 2 times up here, though, I think the Lake won out, so he's happy to be where he is today. Looking good to make that cut. 50 cut is what we're all about today. Only the top 50 will advance.
And last year really threw a lot of people for a loop because of what they expected Champlain to be from past times. And it did fish a little different. Technology that we have opened up a lot of different other bites. And when you don't have largemouth factor and something different happens, Davey, how you see a lot of those normal names just miss the cut. But this year, it seems like regular Champlain, maybe a 2020 version, 2021 version.
I was just there a couple of days ago. One thing that jumped out at me, the water was extremely high last year, which a lot of people, including myself, thought that would help the largemouth bite, but it did not. We didn't see as many largemouth weighed last year. And it looked more normal there this week, and I think that has helped the largemouth fishermen.
In the boat from that side.
And I think it had been a foot and a half high a month ago. Like it's falling down, which is getting to the prime level.
They ain't got the prime location right now.
Yeah, no kidding. That is the pole position at this early point on this day, just out of the first hour of fishing into the second one right here. A lot of coverage coming your way here at a very, very important tournament as we get close to the finish line for 2024, the Bassmaster Elite Series. Well, tonight it's baseball night in America on Fox as rising star Gunnar Henderson leads the Orioles against the Rays. Or it's a north side, south side rivalry between the Cubs and the White Sox. It all begins tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Meanwhile, big battle going on here on legendary Lake Champlain. Of course, we got the full field out here today, and a lot of history here for the Bassmasters, and there's one of the legends of the sport who's out there fishing today after getting his first win here 25 years ago, 1999, the Vermont Top 150. That's Mike Iaconelli.
Well, that was a few days ago, like you mentioned, 25 years ago.
3 ounces. 61.3.
The number one bait I'm catching 90% of my largemouth on is basically a jig. It's the reason that I chose that is kind of twofold. The number one reason I chose it is because of the type of areas I'm fishing. I think it's the best presentation-wise. I'm fishing areas that have a lot of grass. The way I'm fishing this jig,
some state-of-the-art animation for back in the day right here, folks. I think he fished that tower yesterday, Davey.
I think that's a recap back in the day. You know?
That's a retread.
Yeah.
No weeds on it, and it's more like a reaction strike. And I could also work this bait for a couple feet without getting a lot of weeds tangled on it. So I'm using a jig. The second reason I chose a jig
not only still competing here, I mean competing as in what happened out here on day number 1 with Mike Iaconelli. Take a look at what we had going on out on the lake with him yesterday.
That's 4. Oh my God.
Big smallmouth.
You know, now we need 3 or 4 of those.
God. Put 5 smallmouth in the boat just to get going.
Went to the dock.
Figured he'd get rid of all of them. And when he went largemouth fishing, that's when the fun began.
And there was a certain dock type he was looking for, Tom. I mean, he went pattern fishing after that and duplicated it all across Missisquoi Bay. And boy, it was just getting, we thought it was getting good here. It was getting even better in the next hour after that catch.
Oh God, it's a big one.
One thing that's definitely changed in the 25 years is all these anglers go catch those smallmouth early and then go fish the largemouth.
That's her.
25 years ago, he'd go straight to these boat docks and largemouth fish.
I think Mike Iaconelli was more serious in 1999 than he is now. Tommy, I think he loves it just as much though.
Yeah! 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 That's a 5-pound. Yeah! All day long, down his throat, baby. Yeah! That's a 5-pounder. Yeah!
think it was necessary to show that win in 1999 so everyone would really know that's not his first bass ever.
I'm a terrible person. I'm trying to be a better person. Thank you.
Trying to be a better person and putting on a show on Thursday, Tommy.
Well, speaking of which, Mike Iaconelli, who started actually outside the top 10 for all those great efforts yesterday, just landed outside. But today he's got it going again, putting some bass in the box, and he has moved back into our top 10 for now.
Great to see the excitement. 25 years of being out there. You know, he's put thousands and thousands of bass at his live well. Honestly, it looked like maybe that's the first one he had ever caught there Thursday.
Iaconelli from New Jersey, Kyle Patrick from New York, two of our big players yesterday and today. Let's get out to Kyle Patrick. A lot of people picking him to do well here. Another one of these rookies who's just performing at the top level right out of the box in 24.
Oh boy. Oh God. Oh God.
Looking at him with his electronics, saw him eat it.
Okay. Okay. Come here, sweetheart. It's actually a good smallie, too. You doink. It's not that good, actually. Dude, I thought it was a largemouth, and these things look a lot bigger.
Insight on what he was saying there. He saw him with his live sonar, and the smallmouth appear, for whatever reason, they give a different return. They look bigger than they are. Him thinking that it was a largemouth, he was thinking it was a 5-pounder.
Mondo, I thought it was going to be. He caught a 6.2 on day one, Tommy, and that is not something you can normally bank on doing again, but he would love to give it a try for sure.
We've gone from New Jersey Iaconelli to New York's Kyle Patrick, back to New Jersey's Greg DePalma. Great day yesterday. Second place with 22 pounds. He's hooked up now. 22 pounds yesterday, almost 23 pounds.
I'm hoping that we keep going this way and keep running into them. That south wind, I would imagine, blew them all this way, because they were out there on that area where we started earlier. I mean, 2 days ago.
Greg DePalma, like a lot of these other anglers we've been seeing this morning with a lot of success, fishing a little shallower than
all smallmouth. Yeah,
the majority of anglers.
Basically, a lot of them are like 314 to 4.
A lot of his fish in that 10 to 12 foot range, which last year we didn't see almost anyone fishing that shallow.
Yeah. This is a better one, for sure. There was one with it. Obviously, you've got this one so far.
It's incredible, these lakes, the way they change from year in to year out, where those fish are. We come here basically the same time of the year through the years since the mid-90s, and it's a different fishery every single year. Water level, vegetation, those things change so much.
Greg DePalma has made the cut every time he's fished as an elite here. It's a 6-year elite series.
Might be a little bigger, I think.
It's one of the lakes I got introduced to Greg DePalma in the opens, that and the James River. He's a Jersey boy, so he's used to tidal fishing, he's used to smallmouth fishing, and so these two places were ones where he made hay in the opens. He was a longtime veteran of the opens, fished there for almost a decade, and really came close multiple times and then broke through to make the Elite Series, and now he's utilizing Champlain to maybe make a last-ditch effort at the Classic this year or something like that.
Yeah, he's trying to break through this season. He's made the cut in the last 4 events, so that's a good a good direction to be pointed in. I think he starts today 50th place in Angler of the Year points. So he's moving up on it, but it's precarious still.
He jumped up 18 spots with the second place points.
Yeah.
He was 68.
That was big. You do not want to, you have a lot more points to give away by falling than you have to receive the rest of the week. So staying in the top 10 is huge for him, and then doing another cut next week could get him in the Classic.
And he's had a lot of success on the St. Lawrence River.
For sure.
That's a good one.
He and his wife are expecting a baby about any day now.
I know it. All right.
Right around
Congrats.
the corner. Right around the corner. I was like,
it's got the
how would it be to
magic.
get your blue trophy and a baby on the same weekend?
That would be.
A little better.
His wife said he was welcome to bring, if he was able to do that, bring the blue trophy to the labor and delivery room. Be a great picture.
Might not be the first one ever to visit to go
Probably
to a
not.
delivery room.
Y'all got bellies, so that definitely helps.
Are they hard or soft stomachs?
I don't know how to feel. 3-6. Pretty soft.
Not bad, solid keeper there for Greg DePalma. Hanging in there in 7th place as it stands right now. Get out to another one of our hard-charging rookies, 2024, Wesley Gore. This guy's got a lot of talent.
Take a look at his live sonar there to the right. Fishing more of the depth range that a lot of the anglers had success here last year. 30 to about 60 feet. He's at right at 40 feet deep. You see the bait and those fish below that. Looks like he's just hovering his bait, the Mickey rig in front of that fish. He's hooked up now. Ooh, that's a good one.
Yes, we'll take that one. Skinny, but we'll take it. Been following him around forever, dude. Just a little better. Skinny guy. I need a little bit more belly, but number 2. Number 2.
Right size.
Good keeper for Wesley Gore, who's only missed one cut all season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's good stuff for a rookie. That's good stuff for anybody out there when you get to this point of the season, only one cut on your card.
We said Robert G was 15th in points and 7th in Rookie of the Year. Wesley Gore's 3rd in Rookie of the Year and 8th in points. Shot at winning Angler of the Year, but still way behind in Rookie of the Year. How does that work? How does that work?
It's tough. It's tough out there. Chris Zaldain moving up the leaderboard right now, but Seth Feider still on top. We got way more to come from Lake Champlain. Live coverage from the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite, Plattsburgh, New York, and fantastic, legendary Lake Champlain. Our live coverage brought to you by Skeeter Boats. We appreciate that. Looking forward to an experience. We're right in the middle of a big day here. We have to stop and breathe for a moment here. They're catching them so fast here. We fully expect that when we come to this legendary, as we say, fishery here. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with the legend himself, Hall of Famer Davey Hyde, Classic champ, 2-time Angler of the Year. Ronnie Moore is with us today, and Mike Sucon. And Davey, you were making a point about how these fisheries, great as they are, still change complexion one year to the next, and I think it's entertaining to watch the changes we're getting to experience today.
It really is, and through my years, 25 years, a little over 25 years, participating and now watching the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, we've been to Lake Champlain a number of times, but every year that we come here, it's really amazing that the lakes change, the vegetation, the water level, the smallmouth have definitely got bigger. It's a pleasure to come here each and every year.
And Ronnie, we got a great lineup here in our top 10 whom are with cameras all day long. We've got veterans, we've got the great rookies, of course,
sure.
and man, we've just got a great mix out there. Should be entertaining all day.
And seeing smallmouth anglers predominantly and largemouth anglers, that's the cool mixture at Lake Champlain. Just like we had at Smith Lake a few weeks ago where it was largemouth or spotted bass, we got both species here in play at Champlain, and it's really pick your poison. We thought smallmouth were maybe skinnier and not as grouped up as they were last year, and largemouth didn't factor last year, but they were shining big time. There's a lot of different mixtures going on, and whoever puts that pieces to the puzzle best will be the one who takes the lead going into tomorrow.
All right, and Such, yesterday we all made our predictions about number of 20-pound bags on day number 1, and I thought I'd just be totally extravagant, outrageous, and say 15, and everybody goes, oh, that's optimistic. That was way shy.
Then after the break, we wanted to increase our number. We got to 21. There was only 17 last year on day 1. Then it got to 22. We'll see if we get 22 again today. But today's a big day for points. Angler of the Year. A guy like Kyoya Fujita, who won here last year, is in 64th place, and he's fallen out of the Classic contention, which is just crazy to most people's estimation. Greg Hackney as well. Brandon Palaniuk is gotten on the bubble he had a big mistake yesterday.
All right, and Ron Moore?
Hey, Such might have just stolen a little bit of my thunder, but at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, before we get back to the water, I wanted to highlight some of our past winners. And so for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, if you were picking guys who have won the ultimate prize here at Champlain in the past, it was a little bit hit or miss. He mentioned Kyoya Fujita, last year's winner, 64th place, below the cut line, really below expectations. We think 19, 20 pounds at minimum for him, below that mark for sure. We had Brian Schmidt on day 1 here, 30th place, and to think that 30th place, Tommy, was heavy 19s, almost 20 pounds, and you're in 30th place. He's still right there on his program of smallmouth and largemouth. More greenfish for him, though. And then one of our winners in 2020, Brandon Palaniuk, 100th place after day 1. He had a small 13-pound limit, had a mechanical issue where his fish did not make it. You cannot cull fish that are deceased in bass competition, and he was stuck with that weight. So now, Davey, he's going to have to make up big time today, even hoping to gain 4 or 5 points. So we'll keep an eye on the past winners here. But that just goes to show for a guy like Seth Feider, who hasn't won but has multiple seconds, another top 5 on his record here, how good it is, or how good he is on this body of water to never win, but to always be in contention. And so we don't want to take that for granted for Seth Feider.
A lot of people picking Seth in advance of this tournament. A lot of people picking this man as well, Patrick Walters.
Just you, Tommy. Just you.
No, just me. Okay, that's fine. I'll live there.
Yeah.
4 good ones.
Those 3 you just showed on the Dakota Lithium Screaming Knowledge is shocking to me.
30th, 60th, 100th. Crazy.
Shocking.
Oh,
that's a solid
that
one.
size. The old wing fluke. It's a better one. It's gonna be hard to weigh him today.
Patrick, it's always hard for you to weigh him, it seems. Accurately, anyway.
Stop.
Can't always tell just looking how close you are to the bank, the depth range, but talking to Patrick, he is fishing shallower than he did last year also. A lot of these guys that are in our top 10 are definitely fishing shallower than last year.
Let's get out to Matt Herron. From the looks of it, he may be up a little shallower than many. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so you can tell he is shallower.
Yeah.
Those reeds don't grow out in 30 and 40 feet of water. Just another thing we love about this lake. You can have guys out there over really deep water and have another angler doing very well, fishing 2 feet deep or less.
Oh, cool. That's a good in there. Good in there. Let's just go and get with it.
You can tell he's in his comfort zone there. The smallmouth earlier took him so long to land.
Yeah, he just flipped that one in and turned his back on it.
Yes.
He knows what's happening there.
We need to calm down, get slowed down. Big old headed skinny thing. Quit. give you your own personal side.
Said he was scared to catch one of those 4-pound smallmouth. No problem with the largemouth.
Yeah. You mentioned it, Davey. That is, go catch 17 pounds of smallmouth, secure yourself, and if you go upgrade, normally this is just like the spotted bass lakes. You can catch 4 spots and you need to weigh in a largemouth. Champlain used to be like that, where you would go head hunting for a largemouth. He may cull out anything he had smallmouth-wise like he did on day 1, where you go catch a decent bag and you're happy, but you're even happier when they're all gone with greenfish at the end of the day.
Speaking of that, Greg Palma did that on Thursday, but it didn't work out. He did not catch that largemouth to really anchor his stringer, but you're not going to always do that, but it's a good plan. It's a good
little test
strategy
for him as well, just to see if it's worth his time the rest of the week for sure.
We'll spend it all with him, I guess. We got it. Maybe. Little guy.
Notice Greg just loosened his drag a little bit once he had a good hook set on his fish. You just let him wear down. Takes some time with the light line and small hooks. Beautiful fish. That's a beautiful fish.
Greg doesn't want the big fist fight on the side of the boat. He wants to slip it into the boat as easily as possible and with as less to do. And you can tell he's been around these brown ones for a long time.
One thing to note as well, Davey, he is not where all the other guys we've seen catching smallmouth today. They're all near the inland sea or in it. He is not there. And even though it's a smallmouth on the same body of water, they may act different. They may fight different. They may be much over deeper water. They may be closer to the bottom. So these fish fighting, it's not going to be the same as what we've seen for those other anglers.
Yep, he's about 20 miles away from a lot of the anglers that we've seen so far this morning, which is a good thing for him. He is fishing shallower, though, to your point. 10 to 12 feet deep for the most part.
First one of these I caught.
Had 22.11 the first day and caught him fairly quick and was able to go looking for the largemouth. It didn't work out for him, but in a 4-day event, it's great to be 20 miles away from most of your competitors.
And it's 20 miles closer to some of the best largemouth fishing, so he still has that in his back pocket. It maybe didn't pay off day 1, Tommy, but we could see him utilize it day 2, maybe day 3, maybe on Championship Monday, possibly.
Saw so many largemouth come in places and times when we didn't expect them yesterday. That could well happen again today. It certainly happened for our leader and maintaining that lead from day number 1, Seth Fiders. Still sitting atop the leaderboard. Brandon Lester moving up today. Chris Zaldain moving up big time from outside the top 10. Davis, Matt Robertson, and so forth. We've got more to come from Champlain.
It's Seth Fider. We're at Lake Champlain, and these are baits I caught them on day 1. I think actually the majority of the fish I weighed came on a flip shot. That's a 4-inch big TRD in yoga pants from Z-Man with a 1/0 red line Nico finesse hook and a 3/8 ounce Woo tungsten. And I got that on 15-pound fluoro braid to a leader. I started out catching some fish flipping in the morning. I was flipping a 5/8 ounce Outcast Tackle Stealth Fighter just around wood and docks and stuff like that. I only caught 1 fish on it all day, but it was a 6-pounder. I caught one on a frog and some lily pads. And Like I said, it was the only one I caught all day on a frog, but it's probably the most important one of the day. You know, those are baits that have worked every time I've come to Champlain, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon.
Stay on. Stay on, baby. Oh, God, it's a giant, dude. Come here. Come here. Oh, my God! Come on, a 6-pounder, boys. You like that, Garrett, don't you? Flipping stick, boys. I don't think we got to put a call tag on him. Come on.
All right, Bass Pro Shops top lures and Seth Feider. Again, we got to go back to yesterday. Started out early, tried to catch him the way people were catching him last year with his electronics. Wasn't working, was frustrated, said, I'm going fishing. And what he means by fishing, he's going shallow for largemouth.
Yeah, flipping for largemouth. He was right down the road, not far. His smallmouth area every time he was not far from his largemouth area. Catches a few smallmouth, not the size he wants, kind of the size he expected. Switched gears, caught a few small largemouth. The first one we saw him catch was about a 7-inch largemouth, and we were like, that's not the size he's looking for. A few minutes later, he catches a 3-pounder, then he catches a 6, follows it up with a 4, and ends the day with a 5 Davy. That's what Champlain's all about. You get second chances like that, you know it's your day.
Yeah, and as Seth Feider, we've expected great things from him because he's had so much success here. And having a slower year, like you mentioned, Tommy, than we've expected from him, but it's great to see him break out the flipping stick and a jig and a frog and just be in his comfort zone. And what a great day. And even for Seth Feider, he's caught so many big fish percentage-wise, 4 times. And how many trips here, Such? About 11 days of fishing here. He's caught the big bass. So. But even for Seth Feider, he said, man, catching 2 like that in one day is just really a blessing.
Only one he caught on a frog, but boy, it was the right one. That's for sure. We were all hoping to see some frogfish.
And we really got a good, I mean, when people saw the schedule, they were going to be like, oh, Champlain, same old thing from 2023. Everybody out deep smallmouth. Not the case. We saw a largemouth show up big in the Bass Nation event 2 weeks ago. That's what it was won with. And we said, man, maybe largemouth will be a deal. Seth Feider showed us that day one. So did Brian Schmidt. And he's showing it to us again this morning.
No, I lied.
Two second-place finishes here. This is what we expect from Seth Feider on Lake Champlain.
Was a 4th place back in
21
when
he was off his game.
His Angler of the Year title, of course.
Last year was very different. So many fish being caught over the deep water. But if you look, Brian Schmidt, Seth Feider, a lot of anglers that fish in that 15 feet of water and less with a lot of vegetation around are the ones that consistently do well here on Lake Champlain.
Seth Feider keeping himself on top by catching more fish, pound-wise, than anyone else so far today. So, absolutely mission accomplished so far, but it's minute to minute out here. A lot of explosive things can happen as we get out to Robert G. Starting in the top 10, falling out. A little bit slow start for him today.
Oh, probably shouldn't have boat with that. I'll keep that one.
Yeah, that's a little larger than average to be flipping over in the boat with probably 8-pound test line.
Yeah.
We talk every week about the electronics that have changed through the years, but it's just as simple as line, rods and reels, hooks, all those things have gotten better, and they allow these fishermen to land these fish. 25 years ago, it seemed like you lost every other 4-pounder that you were able to hook up with, and now that's not the case.
2 in the boat now for Robert G. Brightens the situation a little bit right there. He will soldier on through the morning here into our second hour of fishing here with Jacob Fouts.
We're seeing some of Justin Hamner's closest pursuers in Angler of the Year start to get their days going. Trey McKinney's got 3 fish. Cody Huff just got his first fish. We're seeing Jacob Fouts right here as well.
And surprisingly, with all the weather we had go through yesterday, it seems like these anglers that are fishing out deeper have had a slower start this morning, being able to relocate those fish. You would think the shallow fish would have been affected more, but that's not the case.
Fighter said he was less worried about the wind affecting shallow fish, but the rain level, for sure.
Water clarity.
Yeah, and that's going to hit tomorrow. Some of those rivers that flow in, they don't flow a ton, but when they flood, they will. They will indeed.
It's so scary with this heavy head because then when they jump, it's so easy to throw it.
Think about it though, these anglers that are fishing out deeper, most of these fish, I'd say 90% of them are not relating to the bottom. They're up suspended, relating to the bait. And you can understand with those strong winds and with all the rain, the bait certainly moved around a lot in 24 hours. And those fish, you know, move with that bait. So take them a little while to find them, but you can tell it's Robert G. and Jacob Fowles and Cody Huff, like you mentioned, those guys are starting to show up on the board.
Yes, sir. There we go. That's more like it there. Finally. This stretch, we're going to catch them down through here. I ain't no doubt. I promise you. Pounder.
Beautiful 4-pound smallmouth.
Get him up near 15 pounds on the day and in second place, I believe.
Wow.
Second biggest bag. Fighter has 15.11 on Bass Track.
Jacob Fowles, who's made 10 cuts in a row. That is ridiculous.
It really is.
Reaching back into 2023.
It shows you how good, consistent he's been. We've only had him on camera for 2 days, and that was the St. Johns River when he was in Rodman, and he got a top 5 finish. This is the second tournament we've seen him on camera. So he has been so good, but just out of that top 10 all year long.
Good look here at your water clarity. That line right there, Chris Zaldain fishing.
Oh, big one.
Really puts these fish right on that seam or that edge of that mixture.
Stay on there.
That's why Chris is having so much success here this morning.
Only boat left on this community hole, and look what happens. Freaking big one bites. Stay on there, girl.
Oh, come on. Come here, girl. Oh. Yeah. Yes, sir. It's a good one. Ow.
That might get close to that one size of the one we saw with Fowles.
So what do you say tomorrow, Davey? We all fished here, but I stayed here the longest, and I'm the highest, you know.
That's why you got to be tuned in tomorrow morning. It could be interesting. But this place will reload.
Oh, man, this has
with
been
that wind direction that
notorious.
keeps blowing. Good for Chris Zaldain and some of those other anglers left, but fish will keep coming to this area.
Well, they keep catching them and keep bringing them into the boat here. We have got a great day number 2 going. Very, very important today. You got to be in the top 50 if you want to fish on to Championship Sunday. You have a chance at Championship Sunday, or at least to fish tomorrow. Semifinal Sunday. Seth Feider on top. Brandon Lester hanging in there for a long time. They're in second place. There'll be some more movement when we come back. Stick around. Tiger Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. This is competition day number 2. There's your unofficial leaderboard right now for Bass Track. Seth Feider, best effort of day number 1, carrying over into day number 2, and right behind him there, the veteran Brandon Lester's been out here a good many years with the Bassmaster Elite Series. For all the just hard times he's gone through and all the good times as well, there's no place he'd rather be than right here.
In elementary school, I literally told my elementary school teachers, when I grow up, I want to be a professional bass fisherman. That was 3rd grade. I think I caught my first bass when I was 5 years old. Yeah, from the time that I understood that when you grew up, you had to do something to make money, to feed your family. From that time, I knew I wanted to be a pro bass fisherman, and I had a day job. I worked in a factory, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I'd much rather be here.
2 wins, 8 classic appearances this year. He's made 5 cuts out of 7 events. That's a good year for Brandon Lester. Starts today 22nd place in points and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. And looking to keep things going, and so far doing very, very well. He now is the man with the biggest 5-fish limit so far today.
Well, Carl Jacobson just came in. He's got 16-13, jumped from 43rd to 5th place.
Wow.
News, Tommy.
That is, the news hurts. No, it's actually good.
I just thought I'd come up with something good. Well, and it's good to note, you know, Brandon Lester, all smallmouth day 1. And he's caught all smallmouth. So we keep an eye on that as we go through to see who has mixed in some largemouth, or so when they make a change, we'll know.
Brandon Lester said he wouldn't do anything differently. He's glad he's here. We're certainly glad he's here also. He's been a joy to watch from his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series until now. He's very consistent, and not only his fish catching, but his attitude is always positive.
Yeah, very, very nice guy, positive attitude. It's fun watching him break through that big win at Pickwick.
Yes, absolutely. I think everyone that keeps up with our sport was glad to see him win.
Are you saying that being positive is an outlier?
It might be a good thing. It might be a good thing.
Said 3.5 on that one.
Should help a little bit. Let's get from Brandon Lester back over to Chris Zaldain. Set up in a great spot to start his day, and now all his company has moved on down the line, but he is staying there, and he is still catching them.
It's like 15. At the deepest, it's 40 right there.
Switching baits up, looks like he's gone to a bigger glide bait here.
On the corners. Ooh.
Oh.
Little ambitious smallmouth on the glide bait.
A little excited there.
Would have helped a little bit.
When you get a bite on a big glide bait, it's not always the case, but usually, you know, you got a good fish on there. You can tell.
Would have helped a little bit.
Chris was excited to get that bite.
Ooh, what happened here?
Especially when you pick it up with the intention of, I'm going to make a perfect cast on that corner, there should be one there, and then you get the bite. You just want to get that one in the boat. Like you called your shot, basically.
Oh, just hit the side of the boat and knocked it off. You never know, should you really tire that fish down and wait and try to get your hand on it or just swing it? Hindsight's 20/20, but sometimes just swing them in the boat's the best thing to do, and that's what he tried to do there. Didn't work out.
Got news from another Chris. Chris Johnston has gotten to our top 10. He started day 21st. The top 4 in Angler of the Year are within 12 points right now.
So you're saying it's going to be a shootout next week.
Yeah. Cody Huff's right there, 4 points back at Johnston.
That's why we said on all the things coming into the Northern Swing that Trey McKinney having to now make up points. He was the leader. Now he's chasing the leader.
Okay.
They're all going to have to go to the lake, David.
Mid-morning update. Made a run to an area where I caught a handful of decent fish on day 1. Just wanted to get a decent little limit in the boat. And, caught myself down, fish for big ones. Got one good one there and some 3-pounders. And now we're just going to kind of grind out and try to catch great big ones. My other primary area I still haven't gone to yet. We'll probably be heading there next. I'm just not really sure what that place was going to bring today. I was a little nervous about it, so just kind of wanted to get some fish in the box and settle me down. Got one good one, and realistically, probably 4 we got a call, but like 16 in the box right now. And yeah, just looking for them big kickers now. Try to get us a couple. Be nice to get a couple 4s and a couple big ones. But I'm gonna stay in big fish areas all day and do big fish stuff. I mean, I will go smallmouth fishing if I have to, but I'd rather mess around here, to be honest with you. Mess around with them buckets. Well, I mean, a lot of the smallmouths I'm gonna catch are the same as what I got right now, so. Probably not really gonna be messing with them unless all my largemouth stuff sucks, but I think we'll be all right. Something's gonna go. A little bit of flipping, Texas rig, jigs. Then I got one little area where it's like a deeper deal. I've been flipping a flip shot with a Z-Man big TRD and yoga pants. Just kind of a good little filler area. I don't think there's any real big ones there, but there's definitely some 3 to 4 pounders there, and we've caught some decent ones doing that, but we've got one great big one flipping, one great big one on a frog, so probably just gonna keep doing that for the majority of the day.
Seth Feider. We always keep our eyes open when we see him around Boat Dock because he has wreaked havoc on the field from time to time here at Champlain at Boat Dock.
And Tommy, yoga pants, that's not clothing in this situation. It is a color of a worm, which is going to, it's more of the...
Would you have come up with that color?
No, I didn't come up with the name of that, but I am aware of the color, yes.
Right, well, it's memorable. You remembered it. That's all you're trying to do with a color name.
One thing a little spooky, Seth Feider's got a lot of time left on his hands to try to catch another fish like he caught 2 of on day 1.
I'm very interested to see what the water looks like.
Yeah, he'll be visiting that soon. He made that promise to us. Going to head back to that place and probably a couple of others that we saw in play yesterday as well. See if he can repeat a scene like this. We'll be right back. Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox as rising star Gunnar Henderson leads the Orioles against the Rays, or a north side, south side rivalry between the Cubs and the White Sox. It all begins tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Big Saturday night for baseball for sure, having a big Saturday here on one of the biggest lakes in America, Lake Champlain. Big for bass fishing, that is for sure. There's your leaderboard. Right there's Seth Feider, who 23 pounds he brought in yesterday, not yesterday, but day 1 of this tournament. But look at the new appearance on our leaderboard, and not at the bottom moving in, but right up to second place, Louisiana's Caleb Sumrall. Man, that is a huge move. In fact, Davey Hyde, I think it will be our Mercury move of the day.
Absolutely. Good job for Caleb Summerall. Just out of the Classic Cut, coming into this morning, I think, or coming into this event. I know he was just out by a little bit. Great job, Caleb Summerall, moving from 34th place to 2nd place, which puts him right now inside the Classic Cut. And you see the big key here. He's got 2 4-pounders there in his stringer. All of this done before 9:30 this morning. So a lot of fishing left to go. Caleb Summerall, certainly Mercury move of the day so far.
Registering as 31st now in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. That is inside the cut.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Started the week, Such, I think, outside the cut. What's
50th.
his move?
50th.
Wow. 19 spots already.
He's had a 9th here and a 19th place here.
Yeah. And what's interesting is I checked day 1 weigh-in, holding up 2 smallmouth. That doesn't mean that he didn't catch largemouth, but he has done both in the past year.
Just need to be able to function appropriately.
Wesley Gore.
It's a big one. Nah, it ain't. It ain't as big as I thought. He's glued to the bottom of the boat. It's 5. Number 5. We dang sure ain't going to mallards now. I mean, I don't even like to put this size in the can. I will put it in there.
For now.
Yeah, we hoping she ain't staying.
A lot of confidence in Wesley Gore there. That's a solid fish. He's contemplating not even putting it in his live well.
Has some basis for his confidence. He's had such a great season so far. Really did well in the EQs last year to make it here. Let's get out to Patrick Walters. Starting the day in 4th place. He slipped a little.
Get an idea of how big this lake truly is. You go from one angler to the other in different portions of the lake, and it looks like they're in different states. Yeah. And they could be, as a matter of fact. One could be in Vermont and the other one in New York. But
How big he is. Doesn't feel bad. 2 I hooked were small. That one I tried to boat flip was the best one, of course. He's not big. He's a small guy. I thought he was much bigger than that. We'll put him in there to get us a limit. Hopefully that'll bring us good luck for a second. I'll just call him right back out.
Patrick with 21:10 on first day of this event. Hopefully he doesn't have to keep one of those. It'd be hard to get that 21-pound mark, but a lot of fishing left.
Oh yeah, plenty of time left. Got the full field all day out there today. Chris Zaldain has been in this spot so far all day, and it's paid off for him. He has moved up the leaderboard.
Oh, big one. Maybe. Oh yeah, good one. Call fish. Maybe. Maybe. I know Shane got a sick shot of that.
love-hate relationship with the wind in this particular spot. These fish are there this morning because of the wind, but it makes it difficult to land these fish.
To do anything, really, yeah.
Well, say just scoop him in. There you go. Yeah. Take them any way you can get them, as long as they're in the boat.
Yeah. You kind of got to time it up. When you go into the valley of a wave, you know, you just got to scoop then, so then the momentum of the up part of the wave brings them with you, you know.
Yep.
Kind of like when Chris Johnston a few years ago at the St. Lawrence out in Lake Ontario had the fish come out of the crest of a wave right into the boat. Just can't.
Yeah, Joey Cifuentes
yes.
Had one jump right in the boat last year.
Hooked up again.
Here we go.
A little bigger, isn't it?
It's like all you can eat 3-pounders. I don't think so, but
no, maybe not.
He just got a bunch of just like that.
3.5s or so.
Working that corner and that mud line to perfection out there is Chris Zaldain. Let's get out to Greg DePalma hooked up right now.
Time for these bibs to come off and get hot.
It's interesting to watch these anglers, the way they fight these smallmouth. Some with a very slow, take it easy, tire these fish down before they get them inside the boat. Some get them to the boat quickly and flip them over. A lot of that has to do with bait caster or spinning tackle and the size of the line, but you see different approaches even with similar tackle.
That's a good one right there, boy. That's over 4. We need you. Come here, baby.
You make sure they're totally exhausted when you get them inside the boat. Your chances of them jumping in the boat isn't going to be as good.
Yeah.
But they're easier to get your hands on them then also.
That's better. About time.
Good one there.
Look at that thing. Right lip, upper lip.
Right on the button.
Yes, sir. That's a better one. We need 5 like this. And we'll
That's the 4-pound class.
We'll be in business.
That's your goal for these smallmouth. 4-pounders, 4 1/4s, put you right where you want to be. 4 1/2 in there every now and then.
Yeah.
Get them over 15 pounds.
Sure.
and should be in our top
6. I
3.
mean, come on.
We won't be, once they get above 4, it's all gravy from there.
Jacob Fouts 21-4 on day number 1. Hold and serve today. He's right there, 6th, 7th place all through this tournament so far.
He's in a good area with the wind direction, and for what he's doing using his live sonar, those bigger waves make it difficult. It's perfect situation here where he's at.
Fouts came into this event 39 points back of the AOI lead. Right now, he's 8 back.
And we can't forget, a few years ago, Tommy, he was the day 1 leader at the St. Lawrence River where we're headed to.
Right.
So
right.
Being 4 points, 8 points back, I mean, you're just you're just shaking hands with the guy already beside you. You don't have to catch up to him. You're there.
There's 2 of them. Just a lot of them stuck on the bottom right now. That's because of the wind, but those two, they were up and then they went down to the bottom and I lost them, and then they come back up. That's a telltale sign that they're bass. 'Cause a lot of times drum will be up too and they'll go to the bottom, but they'll never come back up. The bass have been like suspended probably 20 foot down, and they'll go to the bottom and then they'll come back up. If you can catch them coming back up, they'll bite almost every time.
Next week will be one of our closest Angler of the Year battles we've ever had. 2019, when we only had 75 Elite Series pros, it was really tight with 4 or 5 guys. But most of the time it's a 2-horse race, and there's still something crazy has to happen for second to win that. This year it could be 6 or 7 guys within 25 points.
Yeah.
Today's a big day. Today's a real big day. Some anglers that need to slip in that top 50 to have a chance to gain even more points tomorrow, and then the anglers that just barely miss that, and there's no way to get any more points this week. You have to wait till next week, the final week of our season.
Yeah, anybody who misses the cut this week from the top 10 in points is, I got to win next week to win AOY. I got to at least try to win.
Talked to Hamner before this event. He said Chris Johnston was the guy who scared him the most. He's almost an automatic top 10 at St. Lawrence, and it depends on what he does here at Champlain. Johnston is now an 8 at Champlain.
Jacob Fouts told us with confidence, I'm going to catch him like this in this place all day long. Sit around and watch. We will. We'll take note of him. A lot of reasons to take note of Jacob Fouts at this point in the season. Take a look at where he is in Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points, right behind Justin Hamner. And look how close the rest of the race is. Trey McKinney, who held that lead for such a long time during the course of the year. Cody Huff, 7 around there all through.
7 within 31 points, Tommy, after yesterday. 8 within 41 points.
Oh, it is going to come down to the last day, isn't it, at the St. Lawrence? You want to be with us. That one starts just in a few days here. We'll be right back to Champlain, though, in a minute. Hope you're having a great Saturday. We are here at the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite. Next to last stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Very, very important points considerations going on there. Points to make it into the Classic. Points for the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Points for requalification for next year. All these things, all these bills are coming due here through the next couple of weeks. Here's our top 10 as it stands right now. And now we take a look at the top 11. Will Davis, who spent some time in the top 10 today. Ditto for Matt Robertson. Wesley Gore started in the top 10 today. Logan Latuso and Wes Logan both making moves up there. Matt Herron, Joey Cifuentes was in the top 10 briefly also. Maybe he can climb back up into there. Trey McKinney heads page number 3, along with Lee Livesey and Jay Shakurit. Saw a lot of him on day number 1 of the competition here. Couldn't quite keep pace. Gonna have to work to get back into that top 10 situation. Now we get close to the real meat of what today is all about, making it into the top 50. Down there in 40th place, we got Jason Christie. He really needs to make it into the top 50. Much behoove him to be fishing tomorrow, semifinal Sunday. Jeff Gustafson, another former Classic champ, in that same boat. Now, Hunter Shryock, the man sort of in the hot seat right now. He's on the inside looking out, but he hasn't got far to look below the 50th spot. Clifford Perch, Kyle Norsetter, and JT Tompkins all in that same boat there. Of course, there are 51 anglers below who are very, very anxious to move up to date. It's very, very important. Let's get out to Robert G., the rookie having a great season.
Well, that fish wasn't very far right off the surface. You saw him make the cast, and the bait didn't sink very far at all. He started working it and then hooked up.
Robert's been under the weather this week. Day one, he was struggling physically to stay out there in the waves and compete. So he's very happy to come in with 21 plus pounds to be in the top 10, and got the day off yesterday to relax and recharge, I guess, and get some energy back up.
Looks right at home today. It's interesting. I remember it hasn't been that long ago. Toledo being the first day, his first day being a Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, he said
That's more like it.
Felt sick just because of the nerves from being there and being around his heroes of people he had seen and grew up watching.
This is the kind of stuff I'm
come a long way in 6 months.
Coming for these big ones.
Now he's just sick because he's caught him so good that now he's tired. He's been out there, he's been fishing so many days this season.
To run around right now.
Well, he used it to get 4th place at Toledo Bend, so
yes,
you know,
he did.
Look
he
out
got
for
over
him.
the nausea pretty quickly, didn't he?
Last event at Smith Lake, we, for most part, thought he was doing something different than most of everybody else region of the lake-wise, and that could be the reason he wins. And all he needed to get beat was the biggest bag of the tournament and the biggest bass of the tournament, and that's what Taku Ito did. But what a great event it was for him to show out there. And he's been a lot more personable than I thought he was when he joined the Elite Series. He has shown he's very funny, and he's much more personable than I thought.
He's fun to watch. Ditto this guy for so many years, Chris Zaldain.
Yes.
Watercolor doesn't even look real, Tommy. I don't know if I've ever seen it at Champlain like that during a live event we've done.
That'll Cole. Getting bigger. Come
I
here.
wanted to wait for him to say it. The last one looked like it was going to help, and it didn't, but that one certainly does.
Yeah, she is.
Quarter-pound upgrades go a long way. If you look at the leaderboard after day one, 4 ounces could be about 6 or 8 places up or down the leaderboard.
Everything is so close here.
Yes.
It's
I was saying that
ounces make big differences.
With the fantasy team stuff. Cole Sands and Kyoyo Fujita were 2 of my picks, and they're 6 places apart and only 2 ounces different in their weight. So that shows you that's down in the 60s. Like that's not even. We had
you picked someone down in the 60s?
No,
Did you say 2 of them?
No, this was my possible picks. Yeah, I did.
Brandon Lester hooked up.
Yeah, I think a lot of people may have picked Kyoya and certainly didn't think he would be in 64th place after day one.
Come here, buddy.
Smallest fish, 3 pounds. That's not going to help him.
Different stages of fed up for these post-spawn smallmouth here. See a few that are really looking prosperous, and a whole bunch that are not.
No lake that we go to do all the fish spawn at the exact same time, but up north it seems to be more consistent. But I agree with you. Here, this week on Champlain, it seems like you had definitely 2 separate months, two moon cycles there that those fish spawned. Some look like they recovered well, and some look like they just spawned a month ago.
Well, you see that with Jay Shakuri yesterday. He catches a bunch of skinny ones, and then he catches 2 in a row that were fatter, and it was from the same little pod of 5 fish he found, because they're not grouped up in the 100 fish schools just yet, where they kind of level out and even out.
Let's see what the state of this one is. The same bunch, you would think, for Brandon Lester.
Zaldain's last fish was a 312, got him to 2nd place with 17.5 on the day. Chris Johnson followed suit with 18 pounds. He's in 3rd. Wow, watch out.
A little bit.
Come here, buddy.
Yeah, if Chris Johnson is top 3 or 4 AOI going into that St. Lawrence event, he'll have a lot of people's attention.
2nd place points puts him in 2nd in the AOI right now. Hamner is not on Bass Track right now. He may be out of range, and his fish could come in, and he could gain.
And he may not have an observer today either. Yeah.
Chris Johnson, almost always in that race near the end of the year. I mean, 10 spots or so anyhow.
Him and Corey both.
Yeah.
Corey.
True.
Looked like Corey was going to get it done this year. He had that one bad event. Was it Wheeler Smith? Wheeler.
988.
One event. And the rest of them, he's been flawless. With a win early in the season.
Came in 39 points back in AOI. Now he is 4 with updated today's positioning.
Wow.
We'll make some nice smallmouth, Brandon Lester. That's a good thing.
Yeah, Brandon Lester can use that one. A little bit bigger than the previous one. See if he can work that little bunch of fish for some more keepers. All of our guys with that on the mind. Job one is make it to the top 50 at the end of the day. We can fish semifinal Sunday. We'll be right back to Lake Champlain. Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, one of 9 stops of the year, 2024. This is number 8 of 9. Beautiful, breezy summer day out here on Lake Champlain. Beautiful part of the country to be this time. Oh, man.
Whoa, I thought that was Bowman.
A whole armada.
Was it Bowman or Mercer?
I thought it was Bowman. I think they were all going to watch Fighter yesterday because they saw Bass Track lighting up.
Kayak Fury out there today. We got a couple of former Bassmaster kayak fishing champions in our field out there going today. Greg DePalma, Mike Iaconelli.
Yeah.
Both of those
No doubt
guys have
about it.
won Bassmaster kayak tournaments.
John, I want to highlight this. He might be in the 90s in the tournament and did not do good on the fish catching side, but on the taking accountability and responsibility, John Sokup on the way in.
Oh, man, yeah. How about that?
Saved a few kayakers who got out there and it got a little bit too windy, a little too wavy, and they couldn't get across the lake. And he pulled them in the boat, put their kayaks in the boat, and got them to safety before coming into weigh-in. So kudos to John for doing that. That's what we're supposed to do, being our brother's keeper.
No doubt. Back to Jacob Founts.
He promised us he was going to catch him through this stretch, and he is certainly doing that. Well, I can't overemphasize how the wind is perfect in his area. Just enough chop to not spook the fish, but he can fish effectively.
And they have all been about that size.
Yep. Using a bigger soft plastic bait there than a lot of these other anglers we've seen too. It looks like it's about a 5-inch soft jerk bait.
We saw him
got on
do
the jig head minnow.
So do the same sort of setup at the St. John's. A big, wide open space like that, sat there all day long, catching the same size fish all day and doing very well. Those would have been largemouth, of course. These are small.
After taking 100th at the Sabine last year, he got 2 top 10s. St. Clair, Champlain, that started him on a 10-event top 50 cut streak. This is 11. This will be 11.
Yeah.
No quitting them, that's for sure. Yes, sir. That's a nice one.
Bigger than average.
Yeah, that's
That's a nice one.
that fish will definitely help us.
Probably 3 3/4 there.
4 or 5.
Real close to 4.
4 or 5.
Stop it. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Quit.
Jacob Fouts trying to weigh another big one there.
Would
Was
you
8th
stop?
here last year, and all of our anglers, how many years they've been here, have their own eccentricities and superstitions. Maybe we caught some of Jacob Fouts's this morning before we started.
It's a running joke here on Elite Series. I've got the biggest pile of baits here at the bottom of my boat, and I'm really superstitious. that pile there has been accumulating for about a year and a half now, since the Sabine River last year. The Sabine River was the last time I missed a cut. It's been all uphill since then. Like I said, I'm superstitious, so I'm scared to change anything in my boat. So that pile's just been accumulating, and until I miss a cut or the season's over and I get a new boat, that pile will be there, and it's a running joke because it looks absolutely horrible. It's just you could pick that whole pile up and get every single bait in there, but that's why it's there. I'm just really superstitious.
Well, some people have big balls of string. Other people collect bottle caps. That's Jacob Fouts's deal right there, I guess.
Seen a lot of different little superstitions through the years from fishermen, but never that.
Oh.
I haven't collected much, Tommy, but pogs back in the day. I think you guys were, I don't know if they're called pogs. They were the pieces of cardboard that had different photos, different art, different things, colors. You could collect them and put them in a deal. That was the thing back in the day.
I never could convince my grandmother or mother that it was a superstition, the reason I didn't clean up my room or clean up my boat. I mean,
I can't touch it.
It'd bring me bad luck if I have to pick up my dirty clothes.
Greg DePalma. Got the Adirondack Mountains in the background. What a beautiful scene.
It really is a beautiful lake.
I saw it, but I didn't see it. I don't know how big it is.
Lots of maple trees. When those leaves start turning,
gosh,
it's
gorgeous, isn't it?
Really is.
Leaf peeper's paradise.
I hit the water, it swam right through it, and I just see my weight just hovering.
Beautiful for Greg DePalma because he has no other anglers anywhere around here.
Right.
Even on a lake this size, not very often do you have a big area to yourself. These anglers are good. They usually find the groups of fish.
I'm still blown away that Tommy, who knows everything about everything, doesn't know pogs.
What? I've never even heard of it.
I know. I had to show you during the break.
Spell it.
I had to show you.
Spell it.
P-O-G-S.
Okay, good.
That's what you thought, right?
Right.
You're not nearly as surprised that I've never heard of it, are you?
Man.
They're so deceiving, you know what I mean? Like how big you think they are, and you get them close to the boat, and they're thick.
Greg DePalma's smallest fish, a pound 14 ounces. This certainly looks like it'll be a big help for him the way it's fighting.
Oh, baby. No, don't go that way. Come this way. Whew, barely hooked. It'll call that little 2-pounder out, that 115, whatever it is.
Quite as big as we hoped, but bigger than 114.
Yeah.
Probably 3-something. Yeah, number one's a 1.
Some extra ounces for Greg DePalma.
Maybe half a pound, maybe a pound, something like that. Tops.
Maybe 8 ounces, yeah. Back over to Chris Zaldain. We know where he is. Unique places. Maybe explain to us why that mud line, which is not in the background there, but we'll see it in a minute, why that is a good element for bait fish and those things that pursue them.
The largemouth and smallmouth bass are predators, and they love an ambush point, and it can oftentimes be cover, but sometimes it can be shade or difference in water clarity. So that's definitely, and the fact that there is current there keeping that mud line in that certain spot. So you've got the ambush point, but then you also got a current seam where those fish use as an ambush point for different reasons. It just pushes a lot of bait by. So I'm surprised that these other anglers left. There was about 4 boats there this morning, and Chris was catching them better than some of the others, but
I don't know. I couldn't tell.
That's one reason. I can't stand watching someone nearby catching. You got to go. Go
part
get
of it. But if you've got much experience on this lake, you understand these guts, these openings, they just reload if you have that wind blowing straight through it like you have here.
Maybe a little bit thicker.
It's just a magnet for these fish.
Also got the corner of that big master jetty that everyone is familiar with who's been to Lake Champlain there.
Absolutely.
There's your mud line back there. I don't know if that one's going to help him.
Yeah, honestly, I think he's got a good solid limit. It's hard to upgrade when you get so many 3 3/4 or 4 pounders, but
it's about a half-pound upgrade. I think he's in second place now, 5 ounces back of the lead. He's got 18 even on the day, estimated.
Nice.
I think the tournament before we talked about earlier, Iaconelli went in here in '99, 25 years ago. The tournament before that, the Bassmaster was there. First and second place battled it out quite a bit in this exact same spot.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Whew. It's a big one here Chris has got on.
Little.
Oh?
No.
It was the way he was
a fighter.
His rod bent over extra because he was about 6 feet higher with the wave there.
I can tell you what, he'll sleep well tonight after fighting this all day.
They'll gladly fight it to get the results he is getting today. Chris Zaldain, solid. Second place there, just a few ounces behind Seth Feider. What a gorgeous spot and what a great bass fishing lake is Lake Champlain. There's your leaderboard, top 10. Unofficial, Greg DePalma, Seth Feider holding their spots down today.
Looks like our Angler of the Year race, Tommy. We got 5 ounces between one spot, 1 ounce between 3 spots, another pound back.
Wow. It is tight. Great competition, great fishing here for the last event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite here at Lake Champlain. Live coverage here. Sponsored by Skeeter Boats. And spectacular pictures included in this live coverage that we are enjoying with you on this Saturday morning. Great competition as well. Above all, that's what we look for in these events, and we are getting it here so tight. The race at the top 5, probably within a pound of each other. Of course, tied all the way down to the 50 spot, and the 50th is the important spot. Let's take a look quickly at Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points. And there's Trey McKinney on top in that one. John Garrett not too far behind. Wesley Gore, he's out there fishing in our top 10 today. JT Tompkins, our St. Croix Bass Opens EQ champion last year. Kyle Patrick's out there today doing well, also doing well this week. Robert G coming off a good finish at Smith Lake and a good start to his year down in Texas. Another one of these overperforming rookies, and we sure enjoy watching Robert G do what he does. He can catch them. Let's get out to him right now.
Among the 9 EQ rookies who are inside our Classic cut, that would be the most rookies. I think we've had 6 at a Classic before, qualified for a Classic.
We've talked for a number of years how these rookie classes seem to be better and better, but this particular one is like no other I can remember.
All 9 of them within the Classic cut from the EQs? Yeah. That's incredible.
Nice.
Ooh.
Chungus.
That one's got a different build to it. That's not a 3-pounder right there.
He thumped that one. It sounded like a watermelon. That's what you're looking for. Yeah, ripe.
A different sound when they're ripe.
It ain't easy out here, I can tell you that.
Good striping like a
guys
watermelon.
that say live scope's so easy. I wish, come out here. I'll lend you my boat. You can come try it.
Show me how to do it.
Yeah, show me how to do it. There's no telling what this one weighs. It's going like.
Robert G, kind of a slow start today, but sort of climbing back, and that one helps a lot. Welcome back into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, here with Davey and Ronnie. Davey, about this time on day number 1, I know you were en route, in a travel route then, things started to change from these smallmouth into some big largemouth. That's what showed up and really caught everyone's attention. Hasn't happened yet. Do you think it's going to happen today?
So the big reason for that, I think, is when the sun comes out, those largemouth position around the vegetation better, and Seth Feider, along with some of these other anglers, are waiting until about this point in the day to go those blowdowns and those isolated clumps of vegetation, and I think we will see more largemouth here this afternoon.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see, Tommy, when Seth Feider makes that move. He threatened it just a few minutes ago. When he makes that move to where he caught his biggest fish yesterday, that is a fed by river. So that has the ability to be impacted by the heavy rains yesterday. We'll see if it's dirtied it up, if it's raised the level as well, or if that color has even flushed through there yet. It may be a tomorrow until it gets here. But yes, largemouth factored big time. We saw the weights. Last year's cut line for 50th was 18 pounds a day. This year, 18.5 after day 1. We'll see. If it goes up, this place is just incredible.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Talking about the northern strain of largemouth here. Are they a little bit more impervious to big changes, you think?
They are, but I don't remember a tournament here when we've had, they had some of the local rains around Lake Champlain was reported to be 5 to 6 inches. So, that much rain coming in some of these creeks, like where Seth Feider is, some of these small rivers that feed Lake Champlain, a lot of unknown. I mean, how those largemouth will react. But usually they stay in those areas all summer long.
And Lester holding up his end of the deal today, staying in the top 5.
That's a nice one.
It's amazing. Brandon Lester fishes the same general area. When I say general area, it's kind of 8 or 10 mile area of Lake Champlain every year. And he doesn't catch them in the exact same places, but he just makes that stretch of the lake work for him every single year.
He's really catching them. He's got our most fish on the board today at 12, going about 32 pounds, but his best 5 are 17.5 almost.
Three 3/4.
Relatively quiet spot there compared to other places we could name, like this place where Chris Zaldain is. Different sort of. A lot of action on top of the water here. Look at that.
Like I mentioned, it's a love-hate relationship. The reason he's catching them so well is because that wind is making so much current flow through there, but he's earning every ounce that he catches today.
Oh, no.
He has had some kind of day there. Started out in a pack of anglers who were posted here.
He certainly did. You can see there was 2 boats right there that you can see just in that one camera angle. But one right there, I mean, he could touch with his rod when he flipped it in the boat. He could have gone into the other boat, but he simply outfished those anglers, and I don't know if they had just so many other places to go or got tired of seeing him lift fish over in his boat, but Chris Zaldain certainly the best performer in this area this morning, and then they left, and the wind seemed to pick up more and more. You can see it's a little rougher there than it was first thing this morning, and the fishing has been steady for him. Surprisingly, we hadn't seen him catch it a largemouth. Usually they'll be both in this area.
Oh, really? Okay.
But some good, solid smallmouth he's caught all day long, using a glide bait a little bit, and then this soft plastic bait. Looks like a creature bait that he's swimming along slowly. We haven't quite figured out exactly what he's doing with it, but we'll learn before the end of the day. Oh, we will. We will.
Well, from Chris Zaldain, doing great. Got one of the top 3 limits today in the boat.
This is not a good look. Color of that water and the...
Said he was going to make his move to where he had been yesterday for his biggest fish. Maybe letting it set up a little bit, maybe letting it reload, but catching some largemouth this morning in a different area. Even though it was blowing in there, it was much more protected.
Yeah, the one thing you have to realize, the area that Seth Feider caught a lot of his largemouth yesterday isn't the only area that he knows that holds largemouth. He's had so many good tournaments here, and a lot of his fish that he's weighed in through the years have been largemouth bass. So Seth Feider certainly not relying on that one single area. It looks like he's maybe headed there now, but earlier this morning he started shallow, right out from some marinas where these largemouth tend to spend their summer times, and they spawn up in these areas where it's protected around these boat docks, and a lot of good protected vegetation in those areas also.
Well, there's first and second place. Look like 2 different parts of the country.
Yes, it really does.
Okay, yeah, made a move to probably my best area from day one. I'm not gotten a good feeling about it right now. The rain has come. We got a ton of rain yesterday, and this area's got a lot more current, which I like, but the water's gotten significantly dirtier. Basically got half the bay it flows into blowed out as well. Probably, I mean, if I get a bite, I'll hang out in here, but I'm gonna hit a couple higher percentage spots in here. Try to see if I can get a bite in here before I decide if it's a place I need to hunker down in or if I need to get gone. I'm not getting a great feeling about it right now, but when something like this happens in a place like this, it's either going to be really good or really bad. And we've been here a little bit, haven't fished a whole lot, but I feel like if it was going to be really good, I'd have probably caught one by now. But they might have just adjusted and got on some different stuff. We might have to figure out what their move is. But at the moment, not looking great. Probably going to have to vacate here. Get back out in some good water and get where we got a chance at cracking a big one. So we'll see. Not looking good though.
Yeah, Seth had to go check this, all the success he had on day one, but I agree with his instincts there. This is not a good sign normally to see this watercolor, especially up north. Those largemouth, you know, there's certain areas of the country where this color water doesn't really affect the fish, but in this area, typically up north, when they have the clear water go to dirty like this, it really sets them back a day or two. It could be good. I mean, it could be a good thing for Championship Monday for him. It could clear up and be just what he wants, but it doesn't look good for him today.
Place really took a shaking yesterday. I mean, when the remnants of the hurricane were full force, and of course could not fish yesterday. It was scheduled to be day 2 of this tournament. We're fishing day 2 right now, and Seth Feider doing his job still. Did a good job putting almost 16 pounds in the live well today. Hasn't jumped one of those big largemouth this week, as we saw right there, and he explained for us. Chris Zaldain hanging tight into second place, and we got more to come from New York.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of BASS.
This is the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, legendary Lake Champlain. Live coverage sponsored by Skeeter Boats. Great to have you with us on this Saturday. It's a gorgeous Saturday here in New York State, northern New York State, not far from Canada. This point up here between Vermont and New York, that's the state line running down, right down the middle of massive Lake Champlain, 500 square miles of water, and so much of it is productive bass fishing. Let's take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, and this is 3-pounders, guys. This is the list of 3-pounders through the tournament.
Yeah, you see the northern part of Lake Champlain is where we are seeing most of our anglers catch some other fish. Down at, not Lake Ticonderoga, but the Ticonderoga area. Not as many fish there as maybe we thought coming in. I've heard that area has recovered, but all of our anglers, maybe because of the wind forecast, basically stayed on the upper 2/3 of Lake Champlain, all the way up, getting close to the Canadian border there. A lot of those fish up there, Wesley Gore and Robert G. fishing that northernmost part.
Hey, we got a Skeeter Boats. What? BFA, a big fishing alert. Ed Loughran, a 5-pound, 8-ounce. Gives him the biggest bag of the day. 19.5, he's jumped from 38th to 6th.
Wow. There you go. Ed Loughran coming off of injured reserve to make big things happen here on day number 2, obviously.
He's made a top 10 here in the past, Tommy. I think it was in 2020. He made a top 10 here doing smallmouth fishing, so we will see. He, on day 1, was not far from the Greg DePalma region we've seen him in, so maybe we'll have another person getting 20 miles away from the rest of everybody else.
Robert G. hooked up again. Wow. Jumped in the boat.
Now that actually is awesome.
It is.
No other way to describe that than he was just complaining how using his live sonar was not easy. That looked pretty easy right there.
Yeah.
That looked. Oh, that's what you dream of as a fisherman. In a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament with a camera in your boat, they just jump in the boat.
That's number 5. If it's over 3.5, he's got the lead.
It's over 3.5.
Yes, sir.
He jumped literally into the boat. He about went back in, though.
Yeah, he almost jumped right back out of the boat. We got to see that again. Got to see that again.
Hey, chill.
That's a good one. That's definitely over 3.5 pounds.
Quit it. There we go. 314.
Wow, almost a 4-pounder.
Nice.
Heck yeah, buddy.
Take a look at this. Right after he sets the hook, yeah, just jump on in the boat there. Here we go. Bassmaster Elite Series. Lake Champlain, beautiful. Let's call it a 4-pound smallmouth. I mean, 314. Get him, Robert. Don't let him jump out of the boat. One more time. Here we go.
That's taking the lead in style right there. Watch it
Just
one more time.
a little bit after he hooked up.
Wow.
I mean, this morning, we've seen through the years, we see some that kind of get scooped in the boat that almost look like jumped in the boat, but that one jumped in the boat, no doubt.
I don't know if Tennessee Volunteers are going to have him on the football team. He was not quick to the fumble drill. Ball's on the ground. You better get it. You better get it.
He responded by falling down, almost falling out himself. So that would have been fair play, right?
Oh, that's fun to watch. Next thing you know, there'll be a boat just deliver Chick-fil-A to him.
Oh, hey,
yeah,
wouldn't be the first time. Wouldn't be the first time.
I mean, when it's going your way.
Yeah.
He's got 18.9 on the day. He's up to 39 pounds, 10 ounces. He's ahead of Seth Fighter by 4 ounces on Bass Track.
To take the lead with a 4-pound smallmouth jumping in your boat.
I mean, I love my 921 Elite, but out here today and yesterday, you need about a 941 Elite. I love Champlain. It's freaking awesome. It's hard to troll out here today, but it's coming together. I like it. I like it a lot. My small one's a 3 1/4. If I can replace that with a pound coal, I'll have a good bag. Yep. If I can catch another 4-pounder, I'll probably have close to 20. And that was my goal. If I can catch another 4-pounder, I might go up shallow and fish for largemouth. Just because I just do not want to stay out here and get sick more than I have already been.
And that's what we talk about. Someone who, it's hard to fish for largemouth exclusively and then change gears and go fish for smallmouth if you haven't found them. But if you can find 20 pounds of smallmouth almost every day and go sample
Everybody
largemouth.
seemed like they were weighed in 5 and 6 pound largemouth. So.
Couple things he mentioned there. It's hard to troll, and you hear his trolling motor coming out of the water, which certainly hurts your being able to move around, but the transducer is on the foot of that trolling motor that he uses as his eyes to try to find these fish. And the other thing, because they look at their graphs so much, no matter what type of electronics they're using, they keep their eyes on the graphs for, the contours and a lot of different things looking for fish. But you get motion sickness a lot easier than
really good
normal when you're looking at that graph and the boat's going up and down.
All the big smallmouth I've caught this week have spit up big 5 to 7, 8 inch perch. That's what the bigger ones are feeding on. Me and my roommates, John, Logan, and Cody, figured that out in practice, that they weren't really relating to the bait fish like the alewives and stuff as much as they were the perch. Big wads of perch out here on the bottom, and they'll eat a snack. They'll eat an alewife here now and then, but they're mainly feeding on the alewives down closer to the bottom, especially today. With all this wind is blowing the bait around so much, them perch just get down there close to the bottom and get chomped on by smallies. Oh yeah. I need a cowboy hat. It is like a rodeo out here.
Robert has done a good job with the conditions, the area he's at. It's not easy to do what he's doing. You look at Greg DePalma, Brandon Lester, Jacob Fouts. It's not nearly as rough where they're at.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. We know that tune.
Yes,
Name that
sir.
tune. Power Pole replay of the day. I don't know where my vote is going to go. Yes, sir. Robert G. from Knoxville, Tennessee. You've seen him all season long, starting the very first event of the year at Toledo Bend. Finished second at Smith Lake just not very long ago, right in his element here on Lake Champlain in his rookie year. Good fat, probably 4 1/4, 4 1/2 pound smallmouth there. But here's the Power Pole replay today. Just jump on in the boat, 4-pounder.
You jumped in the boat.
You gotta love it. Get on him. You gotta love it when 4-pounders are jumping up in the front of your boat. Robert G. Power Pole replay of the day.
I threw back that one.
Here we go. One more time. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Just come on in. Come on in.
Oh, let's do it again.
Oh, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Yes. Jump in the boat. Robert G., great job. Always fun to be in the boat with him. Even the smallmouth think that. They just jump in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Smallmouth is big on him. And he is the big man on top now by 4 ounces. Ahead of Seth Fire, who started the day with the lead. Chris Zaldain having much success at his special spot out there today. We will revisit that, no doubt. Greg DePalma and Jacob Fouts now tied for the 5th spot. We got plenty more. We're reaching the halfway point of the day at Lake Champlain. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. We are progressing through the day here. We've reached the second half of this day 2 of competition. Day 2 was originally scheduled for yesterday, but the weather was such we could not go for safety concerns. Happy to get out there and get it done today. We got the full field of 101, gunning for 50 spots on semifinal Sunday. It's crucial to get some work done today. If you are not in the top 50, find a way to get up there. Not a problem for Seth Feider, 23 pounds on day number 1.
Seth Feider, just not long ago, 30 minutes ago or so, was back in the area where he caught his first big largemouth, flipping wood in that little small river area. But you can tell it didn't take him long. The water clarity was not good, a lot dirtier than it had been on day 1 of this event. But he's back out in some clear water, maybe smallmouth fishing. He's hooked up. Looks like a good one.
If he could steal 1 or 2 4-pound smallmouth, that will just help his largemouth deal. And it doesn't make sense to people, but it's just one less bass he has to catch or pressure from those areas.
That looked like a 4-pound smallmouth right there, to your point, Ronnie. You know, the dirty water.
Oh, that's not, no.
Off.
It's a char, isn't it?
An Arctic char. No, it's a summer char, yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get that.
Species.
Boy, he looked like a nice one on that live sonar, didn't he? He was a nice one. He is a nice one, just not a smallmouth. I couldn't get a good look at it, honestly. Is it Arctic char? Don't think so.
Probably not Arctic char, maybe Laker.
Champy, it could be Champy.
Could be little Champy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Piker.
Muskie
lunge.
Hey, he could have had a smallmouth on and that muskie ate it. Like, that's
I was thinking when Zaldane was throwing that glide bait earlier for a muskie to just ease on up and get a hold of that. You know they would love a glide bait.
Chomp that.
Seth got a lot of experience with these, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Robert G. probably not quite as much, but look at there.
Came right out.
You wouldn't want that to just jump straight in the boat. Well, if that one was green or maybe a different shade of brown, that one would help his bottom line, but that is not a smallmouth or a largemouth. That one goes back in Lake Champlain. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to talk about how good Lake Champlain's been for the 19 years of evidence on the Bassmaster Elite Series. When we think about the winning weights, even dating back to 2006, the first year of the Bassmaster Elite Series, it took 80 pounds to win, and Denny Brower did that. Then it took 83 the next year, and we have to remember that those were exclusively largemouth dominated wins. Down in Ticonderoga in 07, up in Missisquoi Bay in 2006, all largemouth for the 80-plus pounds for 4 days. In 2017, there's an asterisk because that was delayed and canceled due to weather. It was only a 3-day event, but it was still just under that 20 pounds a day. It would have probably been in that 76-pound range there. Then we get to the 2020s, you know, this generation of tournament fishing on Champlain. Brandon Polinick wins, all smallmouth, 80 pounds, 1 ounce. That's the first time it was an all smallmouth victory on the Elite Series at Champlain. Then the next year we go, and it was 78 pounds, and it was a mixed bag. It was 50% largemouth for Brian Schmidt, 50% smallmouth for his 20 bass for the week. And then last year, all smallmouth for Fujita, 86-12. Not only technology, but time of year dependent. Every single one of these events is in mid to late July, except for last last year and this year. Last year was mid to late August, the 17th through the 21st, and now we're here in like the first week and a half of August. So that makes a big difference for these smallmouth sizes. In July, they're more post-spawn immediate. They're a little bit skinnier than they would be. They don't have their fighting weight for the rest of the year on yet, Davey, and so you could see why maybe largemouth dominated back then. They not only were smaller, they were also post-spawn. Now when we get into August, those fish last year, another week and a half could do wonders for the size of some of these smallmouth.
Yeah, you think about that over 4 days, 20 fish being just a few ounces heavier because they, you know, a longer time since they had spawned, it certainly adds up.
First look at Patrick Walters in a little while here. A little bit slower for him today than it was yesterday.
Oop, my bad.
I did talk to Patrick Thursday afternoon. He said he had a slow morning start on the first day of this event. Things got a lot better in the afternoon, so maybe that's going to be the case for him today.
And I wonder if he was dialed in on what his roommate Justin Hamner was dialed in on a shallower top water bite for smallmouth, and it did not translate for Hamner either. He had a terrible morning as well. Maybe the same can be said for Walters.
Patrick Walters out here since 2019 already with 6 wins to his credit. Most recent one came this season in his home state, Lake Murray.
Patrick Walters on Lake Murray did not have a slow start any of the 4 days there. He had a very fast start. Put it in neutral, in my opinion, the first 3 days by about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, he's just combing his mustache by 10 o'clock there.
Yeah.
Great tournament there for Patrick Walters. He spent a lot of time on Lake Murray through the years. He wouldn't consider it his home lake, but maybe second to being his home lake. Santee Cooper Lakes being his home lakes. But Patrick Walters has spent a lot of time here, and he certainly got it done early and often all 4 days, catching this big largemouth on Lake Murray. And gosh, he just made it look so easy. A lot of anglers there struggled after about 9 o'clock in the morning, but that final day when Patrick just kept on, he caught them all day long.
There's some advantages, Tommy. We don't have a lot of blueback herring tournaments. That was a blueback herring lake, and when you know how to fish that type of lake, you have a little bit of an advantage. That was kind of during the prime years of his learning. College there at South Carolina, he learned a lot growing up there.
Geddes Brandon taught him a lot of what he knows about the blueback herring.
12-pound wipeout there for Patrick Walters. That was a tidal wave for Patrick Walters for the field there at Lake Murray. Right now, Robert G., the man on top at Lake Champlain. We will take a break and come right back. Pretty much into the second half of our day here. 8th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Tackle Warehouse. Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. Big, big day for a lot of these anglers. So many of these points races become more and more urgent. You got to be in the top 50. That's the first points consideration. First 50 spots you're going to fish on in this tournament. And there's your top 10, unofficially as it stands right now, with Robert G. on top. The fish jumping in his boat there to put him up there, hoist him up to that top spot. Set fighter Will Davis Jr., Zaldane, De Palma, Fouts, Lester, Loughran, Chris Johnston, and Caleb Sumrall in our top 10. Patrick Walters, we just saw Patrick Walters. They're trying to push his way into that top 10. Started his day in there. Kyle Patrick also started in our top 10. Drew Cook having a good tournament. Alex Redwine, Jacob Porosnik, Carl Jacobson.
He needs it. That's going to be big for him. He came in 60s in the points. This will get him closer to that classic so he can maybe make one more big push next week.
With classic champs looking to do better, make it into the top 50. Need to. Jeff Gustafson being one of them. Bob Downey and Brian Schmidt. Spent a lot of time with him on day number 1. Ditto for Jay Shakurit. Not worried about him. He's going to make it to the classic, that is for sure. Austin Felix, kind of trying to bubble up towards that top 10 during day 1 action, but not quite getting in there. There's your 30 through 39, including rookies, some notable rookies in there. John Garrett, who's won there. Tyler Williams having a great, great year. John Cox, one of the favorites coming in here, has not been able to fulfill the largemouth promise that he perhaps held to start this off. And there's the money spot right there. 50th place, Hunter Shryock sits there right now. Clifford Perch and Kyle Norsetter and JT Tompkins all kind of in a precarious spot as we look at it.
There's going to be some guy. Jason Christie spent some time. He doesn't pre-practice places. He came up and pre-practice for the Northern Swing because he needs 2 good ones to make the Classic. He's going to need that.
Back to the leader. Here's how he gained the lead. Get a big one to jump in your boat.
You know, we have seen fish jump in a boat before. Usually it's the back of the boat where the deck of the boat is only 12 to 18 inches above the surface of the water. That fish jumped like 3 feet out of the water to jump in on the front deck of Robert G's boat. I mean, you don't see that very often.
Word is, I heard from cameraman Seth that he thinks that the fish was trying to see what it looks like on forward-facing sonar, so he was trying to come out of the water quickly and see if he could get a picture of what it looked.
Impossible
what his buddies look like.
Fish didn't understand the principles.
Yeah, it's no delay. It's live.
I told you it was going to ruin the sport. Fish jumping in trying to look at the screen.
They're getting curious.
Smallmouth can't read graphs.
Oh, Patrick.
Please be a bass.
It's a bass. Largemouth bass.
I don't know if it'll help. There's a lot down there, though. A lot. Ooh, Jesus. Ow.
Kyle Patrick is a bundle of energy.
Oh, man, he is. Earlier when we visited, I thought he's on full charge today, that's for sure.
Bad.
It's every day. Yeah, it's every day.
I wanted it to be so much bigger. Oh no.
Not sure
See,
it's going to help.
The first thing I thought when Dave Mercer and Steve Bowman were talking about how Mike Iaconelli is so fired up and he is 1 of 1 on the Elite Series, I said, we got a new one. We got a new wired up spaz, as some would call him, and that's Kyle Patrick.
I don't know if that's the right word, but they love that word, so we'll let them have that.
It's great for me because I've met Kyle Patrick when he was a marshal.
Right, right.
And his desire to want to be on the Elite Series one day, and to see him there and to see him so excited every day when he goes fishing, it's so fun to watch.
Worked real hard. Fish opens for 3 years to get here. Got himself a win, last-minute win on the EQs last year to make it.
Yes, and to make the Classic.
Yeah. Back to our leader, Robert G.
One. He's a golden brown. That was cool. I don't know if he'll help, but
I don't know if that fish will help him either.
He's a cool looking one. Got to cover his eyes to weigh him. He's skinny is his only problem. He's only a 3.2. He won't help.
Not going to help for Robert G. That one goes back. Let's get back over to Seth Feider. Until a few minutes ago, our leader for most of the day and a half that we've been fishing this tournament.
There's a good look at the different colors of water we have going on here. Really, really dirty. Some of that dirty water coming through that gut. Where Seth Feider's
I got no business doing this, but I am scoping them out. This is my best little smallmouth area, and it's close to where we were just largemouth fishing. I don't want to have to double back to come here later in the day. I'm gonna give it a little shot, and then probably go back to buckethead fishing pretty soon. But yeah, I am smallmouth fishing, just kind of mostly because where I am in the lake, not because I've given up largemouth fishing by any means. I'm just seeing if I can come here and get a couple decent ones. Not looking great though. Probably just a waste of time. Probably go back to the buckets, especially with the kind of bag I got right now. One great bag gonna do me a lot better than a couple 3.5s, but every ounce counts here.
Seth mixing it up with largemouth and smallmouth, like we talked. I've been talking all day. That's been the strategy, you know, for the last few years. Other than last year, it was all about the smallmouth last year. But usually a good combination is what you want.
And he doesn't get frustrated or, you know, disappointed in practice. It might not have been a good largemouth bite in practice for him, or in smallmouth weren't great, but he knows he has to keep them both honest. At some point they will betray him or come in handy for him, and he's got to be able to adjust. So giving it a shot each day is worth the hour or two that he spends doing it.
Well, so much of Seth Feider's 10-year career has been wheeled around his great performances here at Lake Champlain. 2 second-place finishes and his 4th-place finish in 2021 helped him to the Angler of the Year title. Really thought he was on it yesterday, and he was. Big time with the largemouth.
Stay on. Stay on, baby. Oh, God, it's a giant, dude. Come here. Come here. Oh, my God!
You know, like I said, all you can ask for is to have a chance going into the last day.
Come on, a 6-pounder, boys.
You definitely can't win it on the first day, but you can be out of it. So it's got too many big ones in it for the guy to win and not have one of those massive days. I think it's mandatory to win this event.
No, he's been so close to the win so many times has Seth Feider here on Lake Champlain. Will this be his time? He's done his work. I mean, he's got almost 16 pounds without the largemouth. All he's got to do is raise a couple of those again, or maybe just one big one, and that'll get the job done. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be on-location coverage with Dave Mercer and his special guest. So stick around for that.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of BASS.
Oh, yes, it's happening. The coverage is continuing, but now we're continuing coverage from the shores of Lake Champlain. Where are we? Well, we are in New York for the last 2 events of 2024. And this one, stop number 8, the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. And I get to hang out with Bass Fishing Hall of Famer Steve Bowman and break down the action and this body of water. Steve, I mean, standing here, you live in Little Rock, Arkansas. Let's be honest, a wonderful part of the world, but a sweltering hot box
like
right now. How good does it feel for you to be standing here right now?
I'm in a fleece. I'm in a fleece, and I'm not sweating. I love it.
Wonderful, wonderful. New York putting out, and Lake Champlain always puts out. But big time, how shocked are you to see largemouth leading this tournament with Seth Feider?
Well, it kind of harkens back to some of the old days, because that was the case back in the day. There would be a largemouth component. The last few times we've been up here, it's been 100% smallmouth, and the largemouth started playing a little bit more and a little bit more. And I mean, some of the largemouth that like Feider weighed in yesterday, they're just absolutely beautiful fish. It's unbelievable. They're not overly long. They're packed. They're fat, and they're nasty, and they're awesome. So.
Well, they're all beautiful to me, Steve Bowman.
Well, they
every
are.
one of them.
Whether it's green, it's all, they're fantastic.
Every single one of them. I love long walks on the beach and slow, wet kisses with bass. But let's get caught up on what's been going on with our Yamaha midday report. And here's a guy who people used to say the North is his kryptonite. Well, not anymore. Obviously, the defending champion at our next stop, and in the mix again, Patrick Walters. Tell me something about him, Steve Bowman.
He's one of the more versatile guys out here, and obviously one of the natural fishing talents. You know, he's had that natural fishing ability and talent since we first learned of him in the college days. He won a college national championship. And he just never checks up, He's got just great personality, knows how to catch them with electronics, knows how to catch them without electronics. And he's probably one of those guys that really has his foot in both worlds.
Surely does, and part of the big revolution of Ford Facing Sonar, one of the big breakout events, obviously, was his Lake Fork victory. Another guy that seems to be always in the mix, whether it's the Opens, whether it's the Elite Series. He has a win on both levels, an Open win and an Elite Series win. He always lethal, Brandon Lester. His family told him before he left home, I just want a reason to book a ticket to New York.
There you go.
The girls just want to come up and visit.
Sure.
He may be giving them that reason, Steve Bowman.
No doubt. And, you know, to me, Brandon is the sneaky assassin. He doesn't wave his arms. He doesn't make a lot of noise, but he's always there and he's always in a position. And this reminds me a little bit about like Pickwick a couple years ago when, you know, he just climbs. We'll see how he does that at the end of the day. But you don't want him hanging around because he's gonna hurt somebody's feelings. Now, that doesn't mean that he will win, but he's gonna hurt somebody's feelings.
We're not about hurting feelings on this show, Steve Bowman.
I didn't mean to.
Well, please don't. Brandon Lester, another one of those Southern guys that you got to say, he's figured out the Northern thing. I mean, came very close to winning in Waddington, New York just a few years ago. Right. Some believe had the winning fish in his hand.
Oh, yeah, I remember that very well. And he's just really good at all phases of the game, whether it's with a spinning rod or a bait caster. Same way with Patrick Walters. They got a real talent.
Next up, Jacob Phelps self-admittedly painted a target on his back in the offseason. Yeah. But boy, seems like the closer he gets, the more is on the line, the more he performs. This is his breakout season on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
100%. And this is a Tennessee River kid. I mean, this is a kid that spent his life on a river ledge in the Tennessee River at Pickwick or Kentucky Lake or those kind of things, and up shallow, but here lately he's got this whole offshore thing figured out, and he's another one of those quiet guys, and when he opens his mouth sometimes he gets himself in trouble, but imagine that. But he is obviously a great talent because I've seen him catch them all over the country now. And he could be real dangerous in the future because he's still a young guy.
Very young guy, but threatening for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. We met him first as the paper boy, chasing a whole different set of papers. Here's a guy who's won on multiple levels with bass. Obviously a kayak series win. And Greg DePalma, honestly, when I saw his weight come up yesterday, I got to be honest, I was like, about time. Yeah, and I don't mean any shade on him. He's just too good of an angler for what we've seen from him on the Elite Series. 100%.
And New York is his second home. He's from New Jersey. But the reality of it is he's fighting for his life, right? He had a heck of a sack yesterday and in the top of the stand. He's still there. He's got to have that this week and next week, or his requalification status is in jeopardy. And he is really pulling himself out of the fire. And we know how capable he is. But, you know, this game is a funny game.
Tough. Several anglers facing relegation as we move into the final few events, but this guy is not, because he is an 8-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, and you put a big bait in his hand and big things happen, and we saw that this morning.
Right. And Zaldain is always, he's just full of excitement. He's one of the guys people like to see because he's always telling you what he's doing, but it's normally something that you don't see a lot of people do. I mean, he gets locked in on stuff. Right now it's a glide bait or a swim bait. I don't know which one he's throwing, but at any time. But it's like you said, if you look at his deck right now, there's 3 rods on the deck. You look at every other boat out there, there's 15 rods on the deck. And that's just Zaldain for you. He gets locked in and he makes it happen. He makes it happen with the things that in an exciting fashion. He's like Patrick Mahomes throwing a bomb.
Well, I love that. I
love it, huh? I mean, he's got his Travis Kelce in his glide bait, and he's got, you know, whoever else for his swim bait, and then he just makes it happen.
He does, and he definitely made it happen this morning, outfishing other competitors that were on the area at a time where everybody thinks it's all about the area. He showed that, man, there's a lot of technique still in this game, but a guy that literally, well, ignited the bass fishing world yesterday. The way he was catching them. Throw up a llama for Seth Feider.
Yeah, you got to love it. And I love the way he's doing it. He's very versatile in this deal. He's been fishing up shallow. Obviously, this is not it. He's fishing offshore, a little hump or whatever. He's not hit the pace that he had yesterday, and he's got a lot more brown fish. But he told us that there was 3 ways that this tournament was going to be won. Either all on largemouth, all on smallmouth, or a mixture, and he's going for the mixture. He thinks that that's what's going to happen. And he's done so well with it. The flipping jib bite yesterday was incredible for him. Now, I looked at the video from him early, and it looks like the storms that we had may have dingied up that place, that water, a little bit more than what it was yesterday, and I was in there with him. But it's also hard to tell with color balances on screens and that kind of thing. So you just don't know.
A lot of rain, too, yesterday, and rain usually pushes down that mat a little. Some of those frogfish might be affected. But a guy that doesn't seem to be affected by anything, not even a stomach bug. He spent day one, a lot of it laying in the fetal position in the bottom of his boat, but that doesn't matter. He was still in the top 10. And, gee, what a start to his Elite Series career. I mean, a top 5 in his first event. He very nearly won our last event if it wasn't for the fireworks from Takumi Ito. And Robert G has become a player very quickly on the Elite Series.
He really has, and he's such a fun
guy.
I mean, you know, he's really one of these guys that you have to like him. You spend a few minutes with him, and you're like, hey, man, this is my buddy from high school, automatically. And of course, he's so good. Fish are jumping in the boat. There you go. I mean, so that gave him the lead. That actually, fish jumped in the boat. So he's our guy, and you know it's going to be interesting if he can close the deal. But he's got some monsters behind him.
We got a new guy in the lead.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, just when
Speaking of monsters.
Just when you think this tournament can't get any better. Hello, happy learned how to putt. Matt Robertson in the lead.
My goodness.
Needs a big event here at the end of the season. You know, obviously, uncharacteristically tough season. But Matt Robertson, I mean, is it just me? But the hair on the back of my neck just started to stand up. I'm really excited. I mean,
you look, you're frizzing out.
I mean, life's better when Matt Robertson is battling it out. 40 pounds and 4 ounces. Robert G. and Seth Feider. It's a big week for the Derby boys.
Matt Robertson, too, is just an incredible, incredible angler. He gets a lot of credit for his antics, but he backs it up with some of the things that he does. And I'm always impressed with him, a lot more so than I thought I would be when I first met him, because he really is on them most of the time.
Yeah, what you see is what you get.
That's right.
And he followed the blueprint set by the guy who was what you see and what you get, and we're looking at him right now, Seth Feider. Unapologetically himself, and the bass fishing world is a happier place when he is catching them.
Right.
What is that? Oh, it's a big old bass.
Oh, my goodness. You know, Matt didn't have a big lead over Seth or Robert.
Weird bite, hooked him in a weird spot.
This fish here.
I don't know what was going on.
That's a heck of a fish.
Okay, never caught a bass in my life.
He has like a small 3 or a high 2.
I can bucket that fish, dude. This is fun. You flip it in there to eat your cricket, catch them. There's a few down there, dude. That's a nice one, dude.
A nice one indeed. Seth Feider started the day with the lead, and his very own roommate took it away from him just a few minutes ago, Matt Robertson. But not for long. Look at that, Steve Bowman. Separated by 2 ounces. I said it's a big week for the Derby boys. They obviously just started a YouTube series, them and the Johnston brothers. And look at that, Chris Johnson in 9th place. I mean, 3 of the Derby boys are in the top 10. It's going to be a lot of fun, Steve.
I know, you got Robert G. and Will Davis Jr. there, too. Okay. It's going to be something. Look at it's an amazing race right now. It's an amazing race. Please don't let there be a tie.
Heard of that show. Yeah. What a spectacular Saturday we have here in Plattsburgh, New York. Discover Plattsburgh, our host city this week. And we're on Lake Champlain for the Tackle Warehouse at Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. A spectacular, spectacular day. And this is a supersized Saturday. All the coverage being brought to you by Skeeter Boats. We thank them for that. But we're going to go out live right now with somebody who has had an eventful week. That is Bassmaster Elite Series rookie Robert G.
Oh, my.
What's happening? Oh, boy. Bad boys, bad boys.
What you gonna do?
Good morning.
Oh, my goodness.
Do what? Pretty good. Okay.
Checking fishing line.
Caught 3 4-pounders.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people struggling.
They got to do that.
Yeah, totally just like other sports. I mean, in the middle of
I'm on the spotlight.
in the middle of the Masters or
NASCAR.
the middle of a Daytona 500.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
sure
speeding through here.
Yes,
Can we
sir.
see your license and registration?
Because of the weather, we don't want to come in and damage your boat or your gear.
Okay.
We'll just look you up real quick.
You want me to give you my conservation ID?
No, I can do it just with your name.
Okay.
They can search.
So he realized at the last minute what was going on. Good.
What do you mean he realized? He knew. They're used to it.
1/1999.
Professional, Steve. Standard
January
op.
19th, 1999.
That was his birthday.
Oh, yeah. Gonna party like it's 1999. Always something with him. Last time, it was the Lord's chicken. Chick-fil-A got delivered to him on the water.
Really?
And now, I mean, people love to visit Robert G. I mean, he's like a little cuddly Moshishi. Do you remember the Moshishis?
I don't.
They were before 99.
Yeah.
I mean, you just stick them on your shirt. A Moshishi. It's just on the collar of your shirt.
I don't think rednecks did that.
Well,
so
let's
maybe
move from one rookie to another. Wesley Gore. And I mean, I'm flabbergasted, this rookie class. Just when you're like, okay, you know, we're not going to talk about them anymore because we have talked about them a lot, but they have given us good reason to talk about them.
And Wesley is Wesley's scary to me as a rookie because when you talk to Wesley and you know he's a rookie,
sound like a rookie.
He's not a rookie. I mean, he's like a seasoned vet. I don't know if that's from being in all the Alabama trails
Bass
and
Trail.
everything. I mean, all that Alabama Bass Trail is a bunch of
yes, sir.
You know,
It's quick,
heavy
wasn't it?
hitters,
Play no games with
murderers
them.
and thieves and
Maybe.
hijackers.
Should get rid of one.
And he's very seasoned.
Here we go again.
Got a little sneak attack on you right there.
Yeah, all the anglers that come from ABT, Alabama Bass Trail, that is truly one of the best independent circuits in the entire country, and one of the best or worst, depending on how you look at it. I mean, if you're catching them there, you can catch them, but catching them there is not very
I need
easy.
to tighten up, dude.
Now over to Seth
I keep
Fider.
getting bit when I don't think I'm going to get bit. It's messing me up.
Life couldn't be worse. When I think I'm
Yes.
not getting bit, I'm getting bit.
Okay, that works too.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I think that was a smallmouth, dude.
Oh.
Probably the same one I missed.
That had a pretty good bend in the rod, too.
Tough loss for Fider. They all got to be good. I mean, his smallest fish is 212. But that does
See,
look.
now when he bends his knees,
Yeah.
you know that's fixing to happen. And then he bends his knees and, oh, that one last little jump. Ooh. It's got to hurt. I've never lost one like that.
Smallmouth are so easy to lose like that, though, especially on a casting rod. You know what I mean? Like by the time you get them to the boat, normally they're a little. That was a hot fish. You see the way that jumped? That fish is covering 0 to 6 feet in a split second.
Right.
And sometimes when things are going your way, they jump in your boat, like Robert G. And
or they jump.
But I'd say things have worked out pretty good for Seth Feider all in all.
I have to. And he had to catch them. And I'm going to remind you, and I think this is. We had this discussion yesterday. You told me that Seth is going to win one of these last 2 events.
I did.
Now, you know, if he wins this one, there's a chance that he might win 2.
He might.
You know.
Why not?
So let me ask you this. You know.
Please do.
I don't even want to go into the future that much, but that next week is whoever wins that event gets
winning. You're in.
Winning, you're in. So does the person who win that event, are they already in?
I'm gonna say no. No, we're gonna see a hero move. We're gonna see like a Joyce Fuentes or somebody do something crazy.
Oh my God!
Exactly. That's what we saw yesterday. Look at this. Let's just watch it.
Flip and stick, boys. I don't think we got to put a call tag on him. Mitchie, are you liking this?
Yeah. They're fun on a jig. There's only one way that's more fun than a jig, though.
Top one.
I think he got one just like that, too.
Well, and it was fun. I covered him yesterday and was out on the water with him. That water color is totally different today.
It's a big one, dude.
Look at that. On a frog.
Oh my God! On a frog. Let's go. Let's go.
What a fish.
Yeah. Shout out to Brandon and some of that camel work too, bud.
Shout out to Seth Feider, igniting the entire bass fishing world. The amount of social media hype and pop that was around that guy yesterday, incredible.
We ain't getting
you know things are going your way when you're catching them 5 different ways and they're all quality.
We're about to make a little move, I believe. I got to get rid of a 3 1/4 bad. I need a 4 1/4 to take his spot. Real bad. Real bad. Or 5 1/4.
Robert G's not very tall.
Are you just gonna? I mean,
I'm just saying.
I'm only going to give this
just like how he uses the butt seat for a back seat.
Minutes, dude, honestly. I'm feeling good about running.
I love that guy. I love him. I love him.
Yeah, I can tell.
I really do. I think he's fantastic. He reminds me of one of my best friends in the world, and it's always good. So.
Oh, okay. You're a bully, Bowman. That's what you are. You're a bully. I mean, the guy's out there trying to win this rookie season, putting on a show, always giving us, and you got to. I mean, it's just the life lottery. He can't change it.
Just coming off the top of my head.
There is a surgery they do now to make people taller, though. It's very.
Do they really?
Oh, you just got really long shins when it's all done. It's so weird.
You're so full of it.
I'm not. You go to Vegas to get it.
No.
True story. They hooked up again, Chris Zaldain, for most of the day, really.
Nah.
No.
They feel good on 12-pound tests and a medium rod.
Yeah.
When you're flipping them. There's a little wad right there. We'll just go through them until we catch a 5. How about that? Yep.
Wow. Chris Zaldain putting on an absolute clinic today. Outfished the boats that were with him first thing this morning and has reminded everybody just who he is. But let's remind everybody that it's time for Northland Daily Trivia. Aaron Martens rallied from what spot to win the 2017 Elite at Lake Champlain? I think I know this. A, 12, B, 16, C, 19, D, 23rd. Bowman, I'll let you marinate on the answer. You go in a certain direction?
I am.
Great stuff. We'll be right back. Welcome back to On Location coverage on the shores of Lake Champlain in Plattsburgh, New York for the 8th stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. Normally semifinal Saturday, but it's only day 2 because we had to postpone day 2 due to weather. But let's get caught up with our Northland Fishing Tackle Daily Trivia. Aaron Martens rallied from what spot to win the 2017 Elite at Lake Champlain? A, 12, B, 16, C, 19, D, 23. Where are you going, Steve Bowman? I'll let you go first because I am a gentleman.
You're just going to gauge what I say. I don't remember. I just remember it coming from way back, so I'm saying 19. C.
All right, he's going to go 19 at C, and I'm going to go D, 23. Set the record for the furthest back anybody can ever come on the final day of an Elite Series event because we never have 50 anglers going out. I didn't know. As usual, I have embellished over the years and told people, I've been telling people it was 25th, but 19th.
19th. Well, and, you know, Aaron was, I remember a lot about that tournament, as you do too.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, this was one of Aaron's favorite places, and the anglers of the Elite Series actually gave Aaron Martens a moment of silence before we took off on day 1. I thought it was very touching, and thinking about Aaron and fishing on his favorite body of water. So
yeah, this was the scene of his last Elite Series victory and also his last tournament that he ever competed in while he was battling cancer. Right. Hooked up right now with Jacob Fouts, who is hooked up.
Oh. Not sure of that one. Not sure he's acting like that one's going to help him.
What a season he has had. Incredible. Breakout season for sure. And came into this event top 10 for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Is definitely going to leave this event, barring any unforeseen weirdness, by putting more pressure on and moving himself up. I mean, this conclusion to our Angler of the Year battle on the St. Lawrence River next week is going to be exciting. I mean, today a pivotal day. Hamner's got to catch him today. They got.
Yeah, I mean that's getting very interesting all of a sudden. Hamner not catching him like we expected him to. But I guess this fish is a little better. He's going to sit down, get it in the boat. He's kind of one of those ice in the veins kind of guy too.
Yeah.
You know, you just don't see him go overboard.
A pretty quiet guy.
Yeah, very quiet.
I mean, not afraid to share his opinion, but he's not a guy who will, you know, you got to ask for it.
Right. See how big his fish is.
He doesn't even help.
Smallest fish is 3-pounder. Not going to help.
Quite 3. Oh.
Now over to Greg DePalma.
DePalma's an interesting angler. I mean, and like I said, he's won at a lot of different levels. He doesn't have a problem getting out there with a paddle and in a boat too. Of course, it's not quite that much. He's won one of our kayak events.
Fishing.
Only Ike and DePalma
You're on
have done
Fox
it.
right now.
Let's hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
Who's TV?
Fox, FS1.
Oh, are you a famous fisherman?
I don't know about famous, but I fish for a living.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, sir.
How you doing?
Am I gonna be famous too in my rowboat?
Yep. Famous
sure are.
as it gets.
What?
And the motor.
How do I get to
That's
watch
cool.
it?
It's on Fox right now, live.
It's live now on Fox?
Yeah, FS1.
Yeah, Fox Sports 1. FS1, Fox Sports 1. It's a channel. I don't know what to tell you. You can go to Bassmaster.com as well.
I don't know what to tell you. That's great. No doubt.
Making a start right in front of your very eyes. That
He's
paddle boat guy.
That's funny.
All that available on FS1. Don't miss it.
I just hope he didn't tell his wife and that he was mowing the grass and he's out there in the boat. You know.
Why would you imagine that?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure he was having a nice.
He didn't sign a waiver.
Looked like he was mowing the grass all morning, Bowman, and he just went out for a relaxing paddle, and next thing he knows,
he's on
a
Fox
viral
Sports.
sensation.
So, you know, these cuts that we're seeing there, and I'm assuming that's Zaldane down there. I mean,
it is.
Blows my mind that how much the current, you know, just wind current and this lake moves in between there. You know, it builds up on one side and then it spills back and that kind of thing. I mean, you know, it's just there's always something going on in those cuts.
Oh boy, what's this?
No help.
Nothing to see there. Yeah. But yeah, it's a big body of water. I mean, it's not a great lake, but it acts like a great lake, which most Great Lakes have, you know, a natural tide that moves from one side of the body of water to the other, and that happens through big air movements like we clearly had yesterday. I mean, a lot of wind coming straight from the south yesterday.
So, but I think at one time, way back in the day, that this was considered a Great Lake, and they took that designation off of it.
Come on.
Yeah.
Really?
It seems to me like there's some trivia along that.
Matt Herron coming through as Chris Zaldane fishes. I don't know if that was true at all, Bowman. Did you make that up?
I probably did.
We're on FS1, as our friend in the rowboat will remind you.
Yeah.
Maybe
look, he's
bringing
going to come
factual
around to this
information
side.
would help today's broadcast.
I don't know. I'll check my facts here in a minute. But right now, I want to see how this. Look how shallow. I mean, you can see the rocks. I mean, so obviously the water's really clear on that side. I would be afraid of hitting my lower unit.
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but the pros have a lot of electronics this year.
Nah, I did not know that. I'm just saying, it just looks that way. I'm not. I just think that it's cool.
I wonder with all that electronics if the amount of bent props has gone down.
No. No.
Had her.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So he's basically, you know, utilizing that current that's swapping in between these two, down this dike and this cut for fish to position themselves to feed on.
Freaking loaded right here.
With the gobies, they have shad. What's our primary forage this week?
There's alewife here. There's a lot of perch. A lot of perch gets eaten here.
Because he's not throwing a huge swim bait. You know, not like what we've seen. Or huge glide bait. I mean, it looks to me like, you know, they've been smaller than what we see in Texas.
Stay on there.
Oh, boy, here you go.
Big one.
Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh.
Oh, it is a good one.
Yeah. Not huge.
Oh, my goodness.
Not huge.
Oh.
But smoked it. Not huge. But a coal. Gosh, he smashed that.
That's bigger
3 bites on this
glide
thing.
bait than I thought.
They're loaded in there, guys. Missed 2, caught that one, and there's more in there.
regardless of what this fish does, I am impressed with the noise that came out of him there. He Sam squanched that fish into the boat. I mean, incredible. Chris Zaldain chasing his first victory, but sure loves fishing for bass and at the Bassmasters.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You know, to wear that shield right there, it's something to be proud of. To me, it's heritage, but I know what that shield means. It means to, you know, protect the sport. It means heritage. It means passion, and it means a career path from start to finish. Whether you're a young teenager like I was, or a seasoned vet, it stands for something. And I think until you get there, you really don't fully understand what that Bass Shield means.
Great stuff from Chris Zaldain.
I think he's one of the guys that truly lives it. You know, everything about his world is wrapped around that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
He has been so close so many times.
Yeah.
And he is part of that group where there's nobody that'll say he's not going to win. It is definitely a question of when, not if.
Wow. Well, and I know that, you know, we used to call him the California Kid because that was what they called him when he first came out.
Yeah, now he's proudly, since we started having classics in Texas, he's from Texas.
Yeah. Hey, he can be, doesn't matter, he catches them everywhere.
A lot of Texas in that boy. Pride of Fort Worth, where just happens to be where our next Bassmaster Classic will be atop our leaderboard. Wow, I wish we had a camera with him, but we'll have one with him tomorrow if he stays up there. Matt Robertson, the Bassmaster Elite. Welcome back to a supersized Saturday. Normally semifinal Saturday, but we still have the full field. Gotta give a little love to Adirondack Coast Visitors Bureau, and man, it is Visitors Bureau weather here.
Oh my God.
I mean, it is wonderful here this week. Couldn't think of a better place to go for the second last stop of 2024, and can't thank the Adirondack Coast Visitors Bureau enough for having us out here to this fine part of the world, which, as we've discovered under the break, actually was a Great Lake for 18 days, Steve Bowman. So your fact was correct, but it does seem that it was 18 days. Come on. Is it really?
I will say that this area is fantastic fishing.
It is.
But it's, for a tourist standpoint, unbelievable even. It steps it up a notch. You got Lake Placid, you got all these sports, all this history, all this wonderful things. So if your wife doesn't want to fish, you can go fishing and she can go see a bunch of things. You're real close to a lot of great sites here in the Adirondack.
A wonderful part of the world. Let's have a look in at Chris Zaldain right now, and that shows how beautiful it is.
Oh! Oh! Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh, he's hooked up. Yeah! Yes! Yeah! Woo! That swim bait bite feels so good. You're just reeling along and it's going left to right. Boom! Woo! Oh! Oh my gosh, that feels so freaking good. That's the best bite on this lake. Oh! Yes! Ah! Oh! Dude, I got the chills so bad right now. Oh! Yes! Oh! Yeah! Oh! She's hot, dude. Look at, she's got... $4.90 for a 360. Yes!
That's a pound and a half upgrade.
Wow.
What is that going to do?
I love that freaking bike. It's so good. So good.
That's
So
going to
good.
put him in the lead. That's going to put him in the lead, 100%.
Moments ago, I was so impressed with the Sam Squanch growl he did to get a fish in the boat. I don't even hardly remember that, because that right there, Steve Bowman, is a power pole replay of the day. That is why this type of fishing is so addictive, and love it or hate it, Chris Zaldain, I mean, you love to see him fishing this way, and there's been days that it has haunted him. But today he is doing the haunting, and he is chasing down the lead. An unbelievable fish catch from Chris Zaldain. And that is guaranteed your power pole replay of the day. Look at it. Oh. Just look at it, Steve Bowman.
Almost a 5-pounder flips in the boat.
Yes.
He's spazzing.
With good reason.
Oh, yeah.
490 for a 360. Yes.
Wow.
That will put him in the lead.
Proving
by a pound, or by half a pound anyway.
I gotta say it, proven once again, the fish gods are in control. When everybody said coming to this event, it is going to be all about forward-facing sonar. Look at the last 2 days, what we have seen on live. Unbelievable. And that, a look at how that visual has been affected on the scorecard. 41 pounds, 3 ounces. And Chris Zaldain is now leading the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. And all I got to say is feed me more of that, Steve Bowman.
No doubt. Chris Zaldain, Matt Robertson, Seth Fighter, Robert G. have all had a piece of that lead today. This is the kind of tournament that is fun to watch. It shifts and shapes and everything else in every few minutes. But we love seeing the way it's done.
Oh, look at that aerial view of Chris Zaldain. And, man, that was absolutely awesome.
Pickleball.
I mean, he can pull it off this week. I mean,
no doubt.
He just missed one there. Let's have a look at this.
Oh, we will watch it down from that.
See, I thought that's what I saw.
That's what I saw too. And then
he just went so nonchalant. I totally acted like I didn't see it. I'll be honest. I acted like, hey, nobody heard what just came out of my mouth. I mean, it looked like.
Doubt.
But really, I was seeing the right thing.
But he was saying earlier, if you remember, they are loaded there. I've missed one. I've caught one. You know, whatever. So he's not moving for a long time.
Hey, I got to say it again. What we've seen from Chris Zaldain today is an absolute clinic. There's a lot of times where you see everybody, I mean, especially this year, everybody wants to focus on the right spot. We have watched him share water with other anglers, and we've watched it happen to him in the past. We watched it happen to him with Jeff Gustafson in the Bassmaster Classic where he was on the other side. But today, the guy handing out the whooping was Chris Zaldain. I mean, and you're seeing a guy excel doing something that he does better than almost anybody on tour, which is, that's what you want to see.
That's what you want to see.
No!
100%. And I like seeing it.
Big.
Who
are you? What the?
Gosh, that was a big one.
Lost it. You know, I love her, but I'm glad I'm not with Trey.
That was a big one. I saw it. I said it turned.
She's probably going as nutsoid as Chris is.
That would give me 22.
No.
Oh.
Come on. Breathe, Chris. Remember your happy place.
Yeah.
Center yourself. Become one with the bait.
I love how you do that. What? Would you come to my boat and just coach me like that?
I'm trying to send him positive energy.
I get it, and I love it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not messing with you at all. I was like, I need somebody telling me that. Matter of fact, I may just call you someday and say, hey, give me that talk. You can see the current pattern right there by the bubbles in the deal. So I mean, there's a lot of water exchanging itself, and it's coming off those rocks that he's throwing, and he's throwing in fairly deep water, and those fish just move up and down that rock wall and into that cut, and there's bait that are pulled, bait that come. There's probably more oxygen in that area in some ways, and he's taking advantage of it with a big offering, because that's where you go to catch. That's where you go catch eat big stuff. You know, that's the steakhouse right there, right?
I wish we had a machine to see inside his brain right now. I mean, you imagine what's happened in the last 5 minutes to him, and that train seems to have never going to come. I mean, you had the noise of the train alarm just going off, or bell just dinging over and over again. I mean, his flux capacitor has to be about cross-threaded, but
flux capacitor.
Yes.
That's awesome. Wow. I think I know what that is.
It's a
DeLorean.
What? Chris Zaldain.
The thing that I've noticed, I've covered Chris a lot. When he's into it, when he's feeling it, that left leg kicks up.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Watch this next cast. You see
one
of his legs will kick up. It's pretty. Sometimes it's hard to catch even with a camera, but not with a video camera. But when I'm shooting with still photos.
That's about his leg kick. Let's see what he's thinking.
Yeah, as the drawbridge is going up, I'm making a repetitive cast here with a swim bait. I caught some fish here, just drop shotting, worming, flipping. But yesterday, or that first day, I lost a giant on that point right there. Still haven't got to it yet because they're not letting me. Because every cast, I'm getting a little nudge or a bite. They're loaded in there. And you throw the drop shot, catch a few little ones. And before I caught that almost 5-pounder, I caught a 4. And I hooked 2 before that. And I just lost one that was bigger than all of those combined. So I wouldn't mind if I just stayed right here the rest of the day and just kept on making this cast. The deal is we got a west wind that's blowing right into that rock wall right here, just like Guntersville, just like Clear Lake back home, just like in Texas. I love it when that wind blows right into those rocks like that, just mixes everything up. The only problem I'm dealing with right now is this floating debris. So every now and then I'll have a cast that fouls up my glide bait, but I'm just trying to pick my lanes, let it sink, just slow wind it out, and I can feel the glide bait going left to right, and they frickin' drill it.
See, he kicked the leg. I told you he was going to kick the leg.
Yeah, he's got a leg kick.
When he's into it, when he is really into it, that's what he does, and he explained it very well. I mean, and I wish that he could. I would like to know how you count down a glide bait. Do you do that? Do you glide at all?
Yeah.
So I mean, is that like 1 second?
Well, I'll ask him on stage for you. How about that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you when you can tell he's catching them. When he's catching them like that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. What we saw happen in the last few minutes with Chris Zaldain, and as he said, they are loaded there. And what more does he need to, I mean, he's got all the confidence in the world to milk that spot out. And what he was talking about, picking his lanes with a lot of debris going through there. That's where him being an expert at this technique stands out, if you ask me. Most people won't.
Because I think that's the real key myself, and I think that a lot of people don't understand. How do you pick your way around debris?
Well, he's picking lanes. He's picking free lanes. But when he's making the cast, and he's very picky and choosy with those casts. Some of those casts aren't effective the whole way back to the boat, but he's picking lanes, and you picked a horrible time to ask me a question, Steve Bowman, but I do appreciate you doing this with me. Chris Zaldain loading our Yeti hot seat. And he is going to be there this afternoon for the weigh-in at 3 o'clock Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. Make sure to tune into that because all of these weights are officially unofficial until you see them hit the scale this afternoon. The anglers got to get back here. They got to weigh them on the official scales. Steve Bowman, who's going to be a leader after today? Real quick, go.
Chris Zaldain.
Tonight, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Rising star Gunnar Henderson leads the Orioles against the Rays, or it's a north side, south side rivalry between the Cubs and the White Sox. It all begins tonight, 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. It's game on in the Empire State of New York right now for the Bassmaster Elite Series, next to last tournament of the season. Things are getting very, very real and very close up for these anglers, dealing with all these point situations that you have to go through in order to fish next year, in order to make the Classic next year, in order to maybe contend for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Chris Zaldain, Texas is the man on top right now, having taken over that spot. It's incredible action we just saw a few minutes ago with Dave and Steve on location. Coverage there. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at our top 3 competitors right now. Robert G held that lead for a good little bit this morning, having a great day, a slower start, but really came on strong after the first couple hours.
Certainly did. Robert G, like a lot of the other anglers that have chosen to fish offshore, really the dominant pattern last year when we were here, but not so much this year, but a few of our top anglers are fishing out over that deeper water looking for these fish with their live sonar. And I think most of them had a little slower start this morning because of the winds and how much it had moved the bait around for those. Most of these fish that Robert G and some others are targeting, they're just moving around out there with those big schools of bait, some LIs, and also the perch that Robert G said thinks a lot of these bigger fish are biting. So a little slower start for him, but he has certainly made it happen. And then right when things got going, they just started jumping in the boat for Robert G.
Logical conclusion to a great morning right there.
I mean, a 4-pounder just jumped in the boat there. A nice cull for him, made it easy. You don't see that very often. But Robert G, a little slower start like you mentioned, Tommy, but I think that's just a case for all the weather we had pass through in the wind.
Then Seth Feider, man, who has been one of the superstars here on Champlain, although not having ever collected a victory, but 2 second-place finishes. Also a 4th place in his 10 years as a Bassmaster Elite Series angler. Yesterday, he got it kicked off with some great largemouth action, getting him 23 pounds plus, and he continues to move on today. Hasn't jumped those big largemouth yet, but he is getting the job done.
Absolutely. One big key to Seth Feider's success here on Lake Champlain is he's not a one-trick pony. He actually fishes for the largemouth and the smallmouth, a lot of different areas spread out. We saw him catch some of that big fish yesterday on the laydown back up in a creek, and this morning he did not go there because he was worried about all the rains. It had dirtied up that water, and it turns out it did, and thank goodness that wasn't his only area that he had confidence in. He did several different things this morning, got a solid limit in the boat, mainly with largemouth, and then caught some smallmouth a little later, but Seth Feider pitching around some vegetation, focusing on largemouth, mixing in with a little bit of smallmouth.
Now our tournament leader. It's been fun watching Chris Zaldain work today in a place that was just remarkable. A community hole that he didn't have all to himself to start with.
Yeah, it is a community hole, but you got to give Chris Zaldain a lot of credit because there were other anglers there this morning. Patrick Walters was one. I think he caught 8 fish, maybe 2, and there was a couple other anglers that we didn't recognize. They just left because Chris Zaldain was just, he had the bait, he had it figured out, he had the exact cast figured out, and he's been able to use these funnel areas when you get those strong winds like we had yesterday, and then this morning it's going to push a lot of water certain areas of this big giant lake, and it's almost like fishing tidal waters. Those currents move back and forth, and it's just a natural ambush point for these fish. He moved and went to another area, headed over into the inland sea, and caught this big largemouth that helped him a lot, and just a few casts after that, he lost one he said was even bigger than that. But hats off to Chris Zaldain, mixing it up with a glide bait and a few other baits, just being able to get these fish in the community holes to bite. They see a lot of different baits, and Chris Zaldain has figured out the ones that he needs to use today.
Caleb Summerall with our second biggest fish of the day, a 5-pound, 4-ounce.
Oh,
He's
boy.
up to 4th place. He's got the biggest bag, 20 pounds, 10 ounces.
Wow. Good for him.
Things are happening.
Big fish alert from Skeeter Boats right there. 5-4.
Big fish alert.
And that's what's scary. We saw him hold up smallmouth. We know how good Caleb Summerall is with largemouth at times.
Yeah.
That 5'4" could be either or.
It could
Sure.
be.
Could be either or.
Here we go.
Haldane hooked up again.
Oh boy. Nah. Smallmouth. That's why. A lot of guys would love to have that bass right now, huh?
Chris Haldane has 2 victories with the Bassmasters. One of them open at Clear Lake out in California. Another one was an All-Star Angler of the Year event, AOY at Sturgeon Bay.
He didn't win AOY, but he won that event.
He won the event
50 boats
was
fishing
to decide the championship.
Yep.
And that's why we harp on Progressive Angler of the Year in the battle we're having, because that same year he won the AOY championship event, Tommy. Aaron Martins, who won Angler of the Year, didn't even have to fish the event. He would wake up at 9 a.m. and go take off because he had a 120-point lead. Yeah. He didn't even have to fish that event, and that's normally how it goes. Someone pulls away, but this year we got 7 people, including this man, Jacob Fouts, that are, You can't have a bad hour the last two events. Like if you have a bad lull for an hour, you may be out of reach.
Yeah, you have to measure it closer than days.
Speaking of AOY race, Trey McKinney's back in second place. He's up to 15 pounds on the day. Top 5 guys, Hamner, McKinney, Fouts, Chris Johnson, Cody Huff, within 10 points right now. Yeah. Hamner's fish are not showing, though, so he could move up and regain his decent lead.
So I want to believe we'll make the team there.
One thing we can all agree on, next week is going to be very interesting.
Ooh, man, top to bottom, start to finish, most likely.
Yeah, you'll have anglers fighting for the Classic, anglers fighting to stay in good standing to requalify for the Elite Series. You'll have people who could win the event and make the Classic that had no other shot. You'll have Rookie of the Year and Angler of the Year all decided. None of those things are solidified yet. And we get to see like 100 pounds of smallmouth.
Yes. Jumping on the backside of the boat like that.
Yeah. And the other twist is we're going out of Waddington.
Right there.
We're going to see a lot of strategy come into play.
I think we're going to see largemouth again. Maybe not next week, but there's some nice largemouth on the St. Lawrence River.
Yeah,
might become a player, especially if you have wind. If you're leaving from Waddington, it's a long way to Lake Ontario from Waddington.
A few little sneaky big bays that you can get there that have good largemouth. Lots of grass. There's all our New York fisheries that we fish. You always have that opportunity to find some grass, find some largemouth.
Looking at the extended forecast next Thursday through Sunday, there's rain on Saturday, scattered showers, but the winds don't get over 10 miles an hour.
Okay. Which direction do the winds say?
Oh, they're saying it's west to start and then going south, southeast, southeast, and then from east on Sunday.
East will be clashing against the current. That west will be coming from the whole Lake Ontario, so it'll speed that current up.
Current is always there.
There we go. That's more like it there.
It's a 4-pounder. A little over 4, maybe. 4-pounder though.
One thing's for sure, I think he's playing them a little bit longer than other anglers because he talked earlier about the heavier head. He was using a heavier jig head, gives the fish more leverage if they do jump, so he'd rather them play slow, wear themselves out. They don't jump as much. He scoops them, and you don't have to worry about throwing the bait and losing those fish.
Greg DePalma, a.k.a. GDP.
Davey, that could have been 4, but Fouts put that in as a 314.
I was off 2 ounces.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably
you
was.
could be right.
And when I said 4, yeah, I'll try to do better. Honestly, right after I said 4 that second time, I'm like, yeah, it might be a hair shy. So he's got the scales. I believe him much more than me. Greg Palmer certainly needs to get rid of his smallest fish at 212.
Started the day in 2nd place, currently in 7th. Definitely room to jump up fast with a good cull on that 212.
Seen that boat? I bet it is. Can you believe it?
I'm like, look at this, it's got a fish.
Wow. There's literally nothing you can do, just wait. Just tire them out like a boxer.
Look at how close these weights are. Greg Palmer down in 7th place, but with the smallest fish being a 212, he has a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, I think that'll help.
That's going to help him a little, maybe, but not a lot.
Maybe 4 ounces or so.
I think those different striations, you know, the splotches or the stripes, they add a little bit of weight per stripe compared to just the solid brown ones, Tommy.
Yeah, they're collectible too.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Great bird's eye view of Chris Zaldain's spot right there. Some windrows and some clear water.
Jay Secure just figured something out. From noon till now, he's caught about 10 pounds of bass. He's up to 16 on the day. He was down in the 30s. He's back up about where he started in 15th. He's in that AOI mix.
Oh, yeah. Again, if you're just picking up with us, today is all about making it to the top 50. Your opportunities to gain points in today if you don't make it into that top 50, because you won't be fishing on semifinal Sunday or championship Monday. So the clock is ticking on that. 2.5 hours left to fish.
I'm amazed at some of the guys who fell out of classic contention. Luke Palmer, Brandon Card, Greg Hackney.
Wow.
Good look there at what Chris Zaldain is doing. Going from deeper up to shallower water, the way that current is flowing through there, just a perfect ambush point for these largemouth and smallmouth bass.
What a big day. What action we have had up and down the leaderboard. Chris Zaldain back on top. Matt Robertson coming up from below the top 10. Seth Feider, your day 1 leader, hanging in there in the top 3. Caleb Sumrall, another one of those, joining from significantly below top 10. More to come from Champlain. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite from legendary Lake Champlain. Here in the great state of New York. Our live coverage sponsored by Skeeter. We are seeing a lot on Bassmaster Live today. Big, big day. You got to be in the top 50 at the end of the day. Lots of fighting for points. For lots of different reasons. You got 101 anglers out there, a full field. Now that man right there, Ed Loughran, is back in the fold. He and Jamie Hartman are back with us now, but only 50 of them will be fishing tomorrow on semifinal Sunday, and there's the way they are distributed our 101 out there today.
100 miles north and south here at Lake Champlain. All of the anglers in the, I'm gonna say, top 20 or 30 miles, the northern part of Lake Champlain, and most of them being in the top probably 15 miles, headed up there to the Canadian border. A lot of the anglers, no surprise, in the inland sea, but last year it was probably twice that many just in the inland sea. That seemed to be the place it was all happening, but spread out a little more. And like I said, it's such a big place, this map, it's hard to really visualize it, that these anglers are spread out miles and miles and miles from one another for the most part.
Intriguing to see these two guys up at the northern portion, right there in New York. Krieger and Sumrall have both had great finishes in that region of Champlain.
Sumrall having a great day today in that region of Champlain, moving himself all the way up into 4th place, well outside the top 10. And right there's your tournament leader, Chris Zaldain. What a day, what a beautiful, wouldn't you love to be out there fishing on Champlain today? Ooh.
Rick Clunn, I think Rick Clunn said it best, Tommy. He said, if you come to Champlain, you're gonna have a great day if you just don't weigh in, because you catch so many fish and you think you're doing so well and you're having so much fun, but when you come to weigh in, you realize you're behind the 8 ball most times. So if you wanna come to Champlain and you don't wanna get your feelings hurt, just go fishing, don't weigh in, because you'll have a great time.
Done.
That sums it up for half the people who will go home after today.
Yep. Chris Zaldain with a big one, just under 5 pounds in the last hour to take over the top spot.
He had some company this morning. We've talked about that, and we saw that earlier this morning, but it's surprising to me. After probably 2 hours this morning, he has had these very popular guts, they call them, up there in that particular lake. These roadways, for the most part, a lot of them are just roadways that separate the inland sea from the North New York side of Lake Champlain. And I'm surprised he hasn't caught any great northern pike or muskies throwing those glide baits.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see that before the day's over.
Dang.
Either or both, or combos of either one, pike or muskie.
Yeah, there's a couple down there.
They're healthy in here. It's tiny.
More the chain pickerel down south.
Yeah, the old jackfish.
Seth Feider saw what could happen on day one when he's pitching in these largemouth areas, whether he's throwing a frog or one of his stealth fighter jigs. He is just one of those 5-pounders away from having a solid lead again. But
a very familiar seeming boat dock as well.
Yes, yes, yes.
In fact, that red boat cover is a little more faded, closer to pink now. It's been 3 years since the last time we saw
the only thing missing, Tommy, is Noah, the kid watching him from the boat. Noah was following around. Where's Noah? Every 5
He's
plus
probably an attorney somewhere in Albany.
100%. He's probably, he's grown up since then.
Yeah.
wanted to bring into the Bassmaster Studios here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And the one big thing that we're seeing Seth Feider do, the one thing that we saw Chris Zaldain just cash in on just a few minutes ago, and that is largemouth. So Lake Champlain is one of those lakes that is great and an excellent fishery if you target just largemouth or if you target smallmouth or mixing them together. And when we think about Falcon rods drain the lake, you're picking 8 anglers for your team. So you're gonna have 10 events throughout the season, 9 elites in the Classic. You have 8 anglers, so you're using 80% of the Elite Series field in your picks throughout the year. And when you pick an angler once, you lose them for the rest of the season. So if you've saved anglers for these last 2, maybe smallmouth anglers specifically, you may have wanted to use some largemouth guys this week as well because they may dive into it. And that's been an X factor. Who has caught largemouth, how many get weighed in, and how big they are. Kyle Patrick was in our top 5 after day 1, and he had a 6'2" big bass that was a largemouth. The second biggest bass, Seth Feider's, was 6'0". And these numbers on the screen, 4 of our top 10 anglers weighed in largemouth on day 1. 5 fish exclusively largemouth for Seth Feider and for Matt Herron. They were 1st and 10th out of our top 10, and 2 anglers mixed in there. Chris Zaldain and Kyle Patrick both had 2 largemouth on day 1 each. That makes 14 of the 50 weighed bass between our top 10 were largemouth. That doesn't seem obviously more smallmouth than largemouth weighed in, but those 14 largemouth, so very crucial to not only those anglers' finishes after day 1, but the momentum they can carry, the options they have if the weather does turn south for their area, whether the wind blows or the rain affects it, they can switch gears and go smallmouth fishing or largemouth fishing. So we'll keep a close look going into day 3. Who brings largemouth back into the fray? We saw Chris Zaldain add that one earlier. That was very key to him. It may only be one of the 5 fish limit for Chris Zaldain today. 1 largemouth, but it's the right one that will really, that propels him from being 4th Davy on all smallmouth to being the leader possibly with 1 largemouth.
Last year, were any of our top 10?
No. Nope.
None of them weighed in largemouth bass. All top 10, all smallmouth. Yeah. So quite the change in just 1 year. We've talked about how these lakes change from year in to year out.
And then Brian Schmidt won in 2021 with 11 largemouth and 9 smallmouth for his 4 days. 20 fish. It was almost down the middle.
Greg DePalma hooked up. Greg's still looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory. Does have a Bassmaster Kayak victory to his name. Top 25 here last year.
Unofficially in 7th place with his smallest one of 215. That's actually a good thing as long as he can improve that. I mean, having his smallest fish, if he catch a 4-pounder, it's going to move him right up in the thick of things. Would help him a pound and an ounce. Go a long way in this tournament. A pound is like 30 places.
Greg started the day in 50th place, and he remains in 50th place. It's hard to start in 2nd place and gain any traction or something like that. So he's doing good to hang in 50th place. But
it is.
He's likely to make the cut, so he'll have an opportunity to improve tomorrow. Still some time to improve that position today,
it's gotta be
but
bigger.
not by much.
Gotta be.
Came in 68th in AOI with his 2nd place points. He's 50th, so he could maybe move up 1 or 2 more spots, but he's got to keep that.
At minimum, it provides security to continue your career on for sure. 70 is guaranteed up, and anything below that, you're at risk.
That, but also the Classic, you know, if you're in 68th, you know you've got to have 2 good tournaments. You're not going to make that up in 1 event, but possibly 2.
Top 20 or 25, both of them.
You tired yet? Oh yeah, there's a 4-pounder. Close to it.
Yes.
Oh man.
What I just
a lot better.
asked for, a 4-pounder. Go a long way with a small fish being 215. I don't know if that was going to be quite 4, but it's certainly bigger than 215. It'll help him at least 12 ounces.
I don't think it's 4, but it's up there. Got a 215 next. Nope.
Guys, I wanted to give an update. If you're watching live mix, you heard Steve Bowman mention this, but one of our anglers, Wes Logan, went out this morning and from the storms yesterday, I think what we've gathered from the situation was that a dock broke free from a buoy and was submerged under the water. And there was a collision with it today where he hurt himself, had to go get checked out, and he has gotten stitches and he's headed back. He's all good.
He's okay?
Everything, all the
Okay,
scans,
good.
everything fine, but he did come off the water earlier today from the accident. As we go out to
glad he's okay.
Jacob
That's
Fouts.
Scary. Frightening.
Yes, indeed.
Jacob Fouts hooked up.
There's so many out here. This is where all the bait is. Literally, so there's a school of 30 right here. You can see them right here. There's another school right there.
Okay, so 54 feet of water there, showing two groups of fish, one about 15 feet under the surface, the other one down more like about 25, 30 feet. Jacob mentioned the big key when you're fishing like this is finding bait. That's where the smallmouth are going to be. Moving around in that open water, following those schools of bait fish.
All these smallmouth out there trying to feed up, get ready for winter, which up this far north is not that far away.
Don't give up now. Stop, 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 stop. I believe he's had enough. Let's go. That's a nice one. Oh, my bad. There we go. It's a nice one.
Fish will help him. It's more than 3.5.
Probably close to a 4-pounder. He's heavy.
Well, that one for Greg DePalma, which I don't know what this one's going to be, but probably just under 4 pounds. Right at 4 pounds. Okay, good. Good for him. DePalma's came in at just under 4 pounds. Moved him up into 4th place. Chris Zaldain right here, still in the lead. That's the way it's shaken out. We've changed moment to moment out here. We're going to hang with you. Try to bring you as much as possible.
Hey, if we remember when Zaldain was factoring with a chance to win this event a few years ago, he was using a big spoon. Now he's using a glide bait. It's not all jig head minnow or drop shot. There's ways to do well.
Matt Robertson of Kentucky making a big move up into 2nd place, trying to salvage his season here a little bit here. All the rest, different stories working all day long here on Champlain. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite from Lake Champlain is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Getting well into the afternoon session here of this all-important day number 2 of this 4-day event. Full field out there trying to get the job done, the job at hand. Job 1, make it to the top 50. Do not neglect that job, because that is what allows you to fish on, try to accumulate more points, improve your position, improve your prospects for the end of this season, important things next season. All of that in the balance as these guys try to finish as strong as they possibly can on this day. 11 being up here in New York for this perfect weather and this big-time fishing venue here. From Cooperstown, New York, Kyle Patrick, one of our players for sure, started the day in the top 10, trying to work his way back in.
I don't know if that'll help, but it might. Nah. Maybe? Could. It's a good sign, though.
For something better than 210.
It'll be close.
It'll be a lot.
Stop, stop. Please.
Trying to find out what happened on that. Hopefully a call for Kyle Patrick. Here's 1 and 2. Zaldane fighter.
Lot better too. That last one.
1 and 4, excuse me.
When I lost that one, it was kind of died from there, but it looked like a 5 or 6. Big one.
Clifford Perch making a move, 4.5 pounder. Gives him 19 over 19 on the day from 47th to 14th place.
He was our
about 38 pounds almost.
He was our tackle tip Tuesday about rigging a drop shot 3 or 4 different ways for smallmouth depending on where they're presented. I said, when I sent him the video, I said, maybe you'll use this to win this week. And he said, I need it. So maybe he's doing that. I don't know. We'll have to check with him later, Davey.
He's got 3-4 pounders.
Somehow you always get the credit, Ronnie.
No, it wasn't me. He shot the video. I just let him know it went up.
Just kidding you.
I just wanted to let him know it went up.
I'm just kidding you.
Clifford Perch does well up here.
He does.
St. Lawrence.
Yes, he does.
We're going from Waddington, where we're going next week. He's one of the guys that always turns right, heads up toward Messina that way.
You know, he, in a very quiet way, has had a great career, and like you say, he does his little deal.
Yeah,
and he's good at it.
He does not show up at the big community holes.
No, he
figures it out for himself every time.
I got a news alert. With that move, Jacob Fouts and Justin Hamner are tied with 657 points for the AOY lead.
Oh, boy.
Trey McKinney's 3 back. Chris Johnston is 6 back. 8 back.
So 4 anglers within 8 points of one another.
Wow. And then Cody Huff's right there within 12. And Shakir at 634. A little math, 23 back. So it is tight. It's tightening up here at Champlain.
Are we going to see someone lose or win Angler of the Year on the final day of the season because they got 8th instead of 7th and someone got 5th instead of 6th, you know? Like,
I'd like to see that.
That would be interesting.
Clark Wendlandt had a nail biter.
Yes,
he
but that was a. I hope no one else caught them because I didn't catch him as good as I should have. It was kind of a touch and go over there on that his final competition day.
You're saying they're going to have to go out on St. Lawrence and win it, huh?
Oh, they're going to. I mean, you're going to. That's the goal. Yeah, that's why I said for somebody like Trey McKinney, and not picking on young Trey, but when he mentioned his longest tournament run he had ever made was when he ran south of Lake George at St. Johns River. That's 50 miles. That's half of the river to get to the lake. And if you have everyone behind you going to the lake and expecting big things, you're going to have to go to the lake. So that means you're going to have people pushing it and strategy and being uncomfortable, weather.
I asked him about it after Smith Lake when he got DQ'd and had a 83-point swing and lost his AOY lead that he held for the last 5 events. He said, that's up in the air. I'll assess it depending on my Champlain event. He says, I love the lake. If it's windy and rough, I can't present the bait what he figured out. And he's also kind of scared that the smallmouth schools are here today, gone tomorrow. Ed Loughran with a 4.5 pounder to go with his 5.8. He's got a big bag at
no waking.
21-1, 6th place.
Applying a little speed there at an odd point.
Yeah.
As he zoomed past our tournament leader, Chris Zaldane.
Big afternoon for a lot of these anglers. I understand why some of them are in a rush.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Zaldane with 20 pounds and 2 ounces. Let's get back over to Kyle Patrick. Trying to fish his way into the top 10, looking great to make the Classic this year.
The 6-pound, 2-ounce largemouth yesterday.
That one came right up.
You can tell he's one nice largemouth from being up there where he wants to be. 17th place is not what he wants right now.
Oh, yeah. He wants it. Oh, it's a good one, too. I think.
Oh, man. That'll help him, I think.
It's a better one.
A bit of thickness to that one. Average, maybe. Well, something you might want to check out for sure. I'm sure you've seen the 2024, the redesigned Toyota Tacoma. Beautiful lines there, and everyone knows about the dependability and performance of this very popular size of pickup truck from Toyota. Well, you can win one by entering the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. Snap the QR code right there, and you can start entering. You can enter every day from now through September 19th. Give yourself a chance to win one of those. Man, oh man, what a good deal that would be. The Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. All right. Who's going to win the contest today? It's only one of 4 fishing days, but very, very important. We will continue when we come back. Legendary Lake Champlain here in the Empire State of New York. This Bassmaster Elite, Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite, is a very important tournament here. In the year 2024, we've got full field out there fishing. For the second day, we have seen some terrific action today and lots of movement up and down the leaderboard. As always, it seems, for the last few years, we have rookies performing at the very highest level. Robert G is one of those this year. Started out with a big top 5 finish down in Texas.
That's more like it.
To begin his season and looking to bookend it with some big-time finishes as well. He's doing very well on points. I mean, he just got out there and got after the smallmouth today.
He certainly did. Like you said, he got after it his first event here on the Bassmaster Elite Series at Toledo Bend. But you can't get any better than this. I mean, that was a great start, but here we are with next to the last event, and the 4-pound smallmouth are literally jumping in Robert G's boat.
I threw back that one.
They're not waiting on you to pull them in. They're just going ahead and volunteer. You know you're in a good place.
Volunteer. Speaking of that, it's been a good year for Tennessee.
Absolutely.
And I don't like to praise them at all, but baseball, footballs, they have some hope. Robert G is their representative here. He's got some potential.
You got to give him the respect, no doubt about that. Had the lead for a bit, and then it wasn't too much later that Chris Zaldane went to work. First at a community hole that he was sharing with a lot of anglers. And they cleared out, and he really went to work after that.
He really did. Caught most of his fish after about 3 or 4 other anglers had fished there and decided to go elsewhere, and he just kept catching them. Made a move here right before he caught this fish. Went to another area where the current's flowing through. Very popular area headed into the inland sea or out of the inland sea, depending on which way you're headed. But over on the Vermont side, and Chris Zaldane has figured out the right glide bait and the right speed, the right retrieve to hit several big largemouth like that one right there. And let's not forget the one that got away. I hope it doesn't bite him because he's had such a good day, but he said just a few casts after this really nice largemouth here, he lost one that was quite a bit bigger. Hopefully that does not come back to bite him. Right now, he's atop the leaderboard unofficially.
Yeah, the very animated Chris Zaldane. He always uses the big baits for big fish. He's eminently watchable. We'll be watching him for the remainder of this tournament, I feel. Matt Robertson right behind him, ditto for him. Jacob Fouts, tremendous year, set fighter. Great start yesterday. Can he improve on it with what's left on the plate today? Greg DePalma, Ed Loughran, Caleb Sumrall moving up into the top 10. We move into page number 2. There's Chris Johnston, always a threat to take everything, especially when we come up north here, and Patrick Walters, ditto for him. What is his reputation through the years?
So with Joey Cifuentes, we said he could make his first check at Smith Lake. He tells the story about a fish jumping out of his line where he doesn't make the check. He's in 15th. This might be his first check of the year for the two-time winner last year.
Looking good for that at this point right now. Austin Felix, Logan Parks, and Clark Windler, former Angler of the Year, staying in that top 50 for now. Corey Johnston as well. 2 Canadians there in 39th and 40th. Rookie John Garrett, who's won this year already. What a day we have had out here. We expected big-time action, and we got big-time action. We started out with this man, Brandon Lester.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than this, honestly. Largemouth, smallmouth, a lot of diversity in baits, a lot of different depths. He's angler fishing from 1 foot of water all the way out to about 50 feet. It's been a great day.
Upcoming live coverage on Live Mix here. As we wrap it up here on FS1, that's on Bassmaster.com. Hour live from us here in the studio and on the lake till 1:30 p.m. The weigh-in time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. Bassmaster.com. A lot to settle at that weigh-in because a lot of scores are unknown at this point, unofficial for sure.
Yeah, a lot of them do not want to be 51st or below. If you are in that AOI race, you will be left out, and a lot of your competitors will be advancing to tomorrow.
Such a big day today. Hopefully you can make it into that top 50 and have some room to gain more points tomorrow.
Coming up from here in the Empire State, how about that? Some horse racing with Saratoga Live. New York's the place to be. We will be here with you from New York tomorrow morning. The coverage begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here again on FS1. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow here at Champlain.
Hit him, it didn't even move. That's why I was like a big one, but who knows how big it is until you get it on a scale. Come here, you. Got a little weight to him. He's heavy. It's going to call that one under. Next one is a 3-2, number 2. It's definitely bigger than 3-2. Oh, yeah. 3-8, number 2. We're building on it, man. We're getting there. Get to 19, that'd be freaking sweet. Still alive, baby. me 1.5 and we'll go. Sound good? 1 5-pounder, we'll go. We'll leave it alone. We'll leave it at that.
We want like Megalodon version 4.
That would be special.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
One of the ones that's like, oh boy. That's not a small one. Dirty kind we want. There's definitely a lot of fish around. It's just a matter of getting the bite today. That's a bass. I'm almost positive it's something to do with that current, man. I don't know why these fish aren't chasing. It's weird. Come on, baby, eat it. Falls all the way to the bottom. Doesn't take it. All over it. Oh well. One sitting in that perch pile. What time's the live run till? 2, 1, 12?
I think 2.
Like the one on FS1.
Oh, I think that's over with.
12
We're on
times.
Bassmaster.com now.
Right.
Definitely on Live Mix, I know that.
We have been?
Yeah, oh yeah. All day, back and forth.
That's good.
They just like to watch. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm holding the camera. I get it.
Turned around, but he didn't go for it.
Weird. They were all over it. Two of them. Right on the edge. It really should be. We gotta get moving. This is killing me. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There's a boulder right there in my way. Just a couple more casts and we gone. This is right where I caught one the first day. I just wanted to check to see if they're in this vicinity. I need to go shallower. We're in that mid-range. There ain't much in there. Much in there for biting fish, at least. Not much of nothing, dude. There's one.
Ooh, that's a good one. One thing I'll say is drum definitely have more of an aptitude to chase the jig than they're like this. I'm going the whole length of this frickin' bay, dude. 100%. Oh. Come to daddy. I know. I know. I know. Oh, yeah. That could be a giant smallmouth, honestly. Like, truth be told. Dude, please, fuck off. We're not live, are we? I think it's a walleye. It is. It's got the life here. That's for sure. I'm gonna go with the Mickey for a second. Then we're gonna go hit some different stuff. Ooh. All right. We got us a debacle. There we go. Nope, I'm gonna make a couple casts with the Demiki real quick, just because I'm seeing a lot of fish, and I can get a bass to rise more than I can these trash fish. So I just want to see if anything really does rise well, you know, because that's a huge group of something right there. Not bass.
That dude was smoking a cigar. You could smell that thing. It was strong. A lot of bait out here. Do what?
It sounds like that whole boat was smoking.
You ever do the fall turkey thing, Hunter? It's not like really like, you gotta like just.
A lot of people beers on it.
Yeah, yeah.
And a lot of states allow hens to be shot in the fall season. I don't agree with that.
Yeah. Just little ones. Not gonna help.
Back to the state of New York for more continued live coverage. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at this place, this elite place to be sure, legendary. Lake Champlain here, 101 anglers, the full field out here. Again, we got a lot of stories working out there, plenty of stories working. Of course, the big thing is we welcome you into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, with Davey Hyde, Ronnie Moore, Mike Suchan here. And we look at what today is all about. Today primarily is about making the top 50. That's your job number one. That's maybe not your most important job, but it's job number one. You got to do that. And we look at the unofficial leaderboard. And I'm stressing unofficial. We see Brandon Palaniuk, who had a disastrous day one out there is in the 50th spot right now. But with this proviso, the fact that we don't know all the real, right, Ronnie? I mean, a third of the field, we don't really know what the scores are.
There's a little bit of an error going on with Bass Track right now where we're seeing a very small sample size of the full field, and so those points are going to change greatly. But somebody like Brandon Pollock, like you said, 13 pounds yesterday, that is way below average. To catch something like 18, 19, maybe 20 pounds today, he'll gain a lot of points for the Classic, and that's the big thing we look at, Davey. As we go to day 3 and day 4, the more days you can fish in these last 2 events, the better you are to re-qualify for the elites, make the Classic, or maybe win AOY.
Yeah, he's not going to gain as many points as it looks like he is right now, but he will gain some points, and every point is so valuable. We're seeing that at how close it is for AOY and for making the Classic. It is every year, but I don't remember a year when it's been this close for AOY.
All right. What else is close, Such, in terms of points, in terms of pounds?
I don't think you've heard this before. Jacob Faust is leading the Angler of the Year. He's 2 points up on Trey McKinney. Chris Johnson's right there, 7 back of him. Cody Huff's another 10 back. Jay Shakura, Justin Hammer, but here's the, like you said, Justin Hammer is off the board. He could be way better than 30th, or he could have fallen outside the cut and lost more points than he has right now.
So Dave Mercer's going to be excited. It's the best day of the year for him. Everyone has to watch until we figure this out.
That's right. In fact, we'll add some lies in. That's what Dave requested the other day. He wants us to lie a little bit more. Hey.
Oh, boy.
Oh, what now?
Audible.
Late bulletin in.
Omaha.
Dave Mercer, Omaha. We're going to reroute here. Dave, there he is right now. We just promised to throw some lies in there to help promote the business there at the weigh-in. Did we do good?
You did wonderful. That's why, I mean, I've been standing around here all day waiting for you guys to talk about me, and as soon as I heard my name, I haven't popped up on camera. But yes, it is wonderful. This is the perfect case scenario to have things getting as tight as they are. I mean, and that's what you want. I mean, it is great when we have runaway seasons, you know, where your Angler of the Year has had such a breakaway season that, you know, it's a celebration. But, man, it is going to be a lot of fun, and today's weigh-in very, very important, as well as tomorrow's weigh-in. I mean, you need to, you're not safe until we get through the 3rd day of competition. We've seen it before where you look and you think you're Angler of the Year, wow, it's going to be done, and then they have a rough 3rd day. You can lose a lot of points tomorrow, and obviously you can lose the right number of points with it as tight as it's going to be. I mean, it's going to be fun. I mean, never mind this week. Next week in Waddington, that's what we want. And I don't know if the anglers necessarily want it, but I'm all here for it.
So Dave, tell us a little bit. You know, you were there yesterday. The weather that came through, the amount of rain and the wind and the storms. You were there on site. A good day. You know, not a big surprise for Lake Champlain. The first day of the event, the weights were actually even better than most people thought, including all of us here in this room. But with the weather that passed through and so much being online, like you mentioned, the points, making the Classic, the AOY, the Rookie of the Year, all those things are as tight as I can ever remember. Were the anglers very nervous this morning? Again, not even knowing if they would go out, but then going out after 4 or 5 inches of rain and all that wind yesterday. Could you tell just a lot more tension amongst the anglers this morning?
I gotta be honest, Davey, I'd love to lie to you and be like, oh yeah, they were biting their nails. Everybody was pretty relaxed. I think they were just happy to get back out there. I mean, everybody obviously had that, let's see what happened to my area. Let's see how this affected things. I mean, you got to remember, we rolled up to the venue this morning, and you guys didn't get to see this, but half the venue tents were either destroyed or knocked over. There was an actual sailboat on the shore on its side. I mean, you have so many beautiful sailboats moored off here. Well, some kid's getting in trouble for not tying the right knot, I'll tell you that much. Somewhere in the world, there is a teenager getting yelled at because this sailboat was on its side up this. So you want to talk about just when you thought we saw and felt how violent it can be. But coming here kind of reinstalled that in you to know just what we had gone through. But that violence that we suffered through yesterday, the fact that we couldn't watch Bass Live yesterday, the fact that our anglers couldn't be on the water, that's exactly what makes this body of water so special. it is one of the major reasons that Lake Champlain is the lake that it is. It's protected by Mother Nature over half the year, whether it be by ice, whether it be by conditions that you just can't fish. That's what makes this body of water so special. So I honestly, as much as I would love to have said that they were super nervous, most of the anglers I talked to were just happy to get out there and very thankful. There was a lot of people saying, hey, sometimes I will give a little trouble. You know, there's some of the anglers are obviously not going to be in support when we cancel a day. From a lot of anglers I heard this morning, I may have thought it was the wrong call in the morning, but by the afternoon, I wanted to hug Lisa Talmadge and Chris Bowes because they definitely made the right call. I mean, the storm was even more violent than predicted coming through this area. It's wild, the amount of flooding and craziness that went on. But thankfully, they made the right decision, and the anglers were kept safe.
Well, Dave, you made a good point as to what you're looking forward to in terms of the points race and how that's going to wrap up and carry on into next week and to the final conclusion to see. What are you looking forward to, and what has impressed you today as far as the fishing goes? Is it Chris Zaldain and what he's been able to accomplish out there today?
Yeah, Chris Zaldain, Seth Feider yesterday. I said it on the live takeover that me and Bowman did on FS1. Guys, I think this is just another example of the fish gods reminding us, hey, wait a second, we're in control here. Just, you know, coming into this event with what we saw last year, with Kyoya Fujita, with everybody that was in contention in this event last year, it was an offshore, forward-facing, sonar-dominated event, that's all. And then we come here after a year of people saying, well, largemouth just don't compete. And now we're not only seeing anglers catch largemouth, we're seeing anglers catch, you know, in Seth Feider's case, a giant on a frog, Chris Zaldain catching them on big shoe-sized baits. I mean, that's that traditional bass fishing stuff that we all love to see. So I think what has impressed me most is the mix, and there's many that predicted, and we'll have to see because we're just nearing the halfway point of this term. Many people predicted that will peter out as we get into the second half of this tournament. By the looks of things, it doesn't seem to be petering out at all.
Yeah, we can hope. We can hope that it continues all the way through because you're right. It's been super entertaining. Dave, thank you so much. The weigh-in is going to be very much looked in on today to get the whole story, to get the real story. I know you're going to prepare a good one for us there. Thank you so much, Dave Mercer. So now let's sort of refresh ourselves on what we have seen go down today. Let's take a look at our Bassmaster midday report, starting with Brandon Lester. First guy we went out with today.
Yeah, Brandon Lester, he has it dialed in here at Lake Champlain. Like I mentioned earlier, he's got about an 8 or 10 mile stretch there on the east side of the New York side, for lack of a better way to put it, before you get over to Vermont, that he has just got it figured out. Every time we come to Lake Champlain, he seems to do well. Not every time, but almost every time. Brandon Lester, and he was fun to watch. Started this morning just like he said he started the first morning. Caught his limit in about 5, no more than 10 minutes with the culls and everything. And then just continue to catch him throughout the day. Fishing kind of a mid-range depth, not fishing as shallow as the guys that are really focusing on the largemouth, but fishing not as deep as some of those anglers that are looking for those fish that are roaming around for the bait fish out there in that deeper water. Brandon Lester really focuses on a mixture of grass, rocks, individual boulders, and that sort of thing, in that mid-depth range from 10 to about 20 feet. He spends most of his time. And really and truly, if you look, he's got it dialed in really, really well when he comes up here in the north.
Brandon Lester looking like a shoe-in to make it to a semifinal Sunday for sure. Point situation, hey, his is not one of the volatile ones. He's solid. He's right there, stable, 23 points, looking good to make the Classic, do what he needs to do to finish up this season.
That feature with him this morning saying, I'm so happy I'm here. I think everyone's happy that Brandon Lester is on the Bassmaster.
Absolutely, no doubt. One of the real veterans out there, one of the respected ones. Hey, here's a young man gaining respect, doing nothing but gaining all year long. Started out terrific down in Texas. Robert G. Tennessee, the rookie, doing great.
To think like an hour and a half ago he was your leader and now he's 8th and he's probably just a little bit behind the leader just shows how tight it's going to be, not only in our points race, not only in Rookie of the Year, but in this tournament. This is going to be very interesting going into each day. But Davey, he was blessed today. One of his biggest fish of the day just jumped in the boat for him.
That's a clip I'm sure he'll want to have and keep forever. 4-pound smallmouth on his rookie year on the Bassmaster League, literally jumping in the boat. But he's been fun to be in the boat with all year long. I remember the Toledo Bend tournament. He was fun to be with. He was referring to his bait as potato chips to those Toledo Bend largemouth bass.
That's right.
And there must have been a whole bag of potato chips in his boat right here. That smallmouth jumping in the front of his boat.
Wanted to see what his buddies look like on the graph. That's what it was. I'm telling you, he was taking a peek around.
Certainly got it figured out, and like I said earlier, that he is so excited to be here on the Bassmaster Elite Series and making an impact his very first year.
Seth Feider, 23 pounds plus yesterday, had him in the top spot to start the day. Through the course of the day, he has fallen back a few spots today to 6th place, but you know, he's had 2 giant largemouth, and that is such an improbable kind of thing. It's hard to duplicate that.
It really is, and I don't think Seth Feider expected to catch 2 of those today like he did yesterday. He knows this, you know, not very often, no matter who you are, even Seth Feider, to catch 2 largemouth that size in the same day up there on Lake Champlain. But 2 second-place finishes, a 4th-place finish. He's been so consistent. This might be his year. The big thing that's missing for him today is weight's not quite what it was. The area where he caught that biggest largemouth yesterday on a jig, that area is just, all the rain really dirtied up that water. He went there and spent probably about 20 or 30 minutes. I don't think he got a single bite there. But keep that in mind. Maybe by championship Monday, that could be clearing. And after an area like that gets dirty and then clears back up, those fish should be really biting really good, if it'll clear up by then.
Maybe we'll come to pass what Dave Mercer was hoping for, to sort of reignite the big largemouth bite there. Jacob Fouts, a terrific season for, a terrific season, sort of a comeback from last season for Jacob Fouts, and really being just on display here.
Yeah, I think Ronnie was speaking about Jacob Fouts last year, about mid-year, like he's really not up to expectation. A great college hanger. He's had a lot of success. He turned things around on the Northern Swing last year and has not looked back. I mean, it's really incredible. 11 checks in a row, I think, on the Elite Series.
Yeah.
That is
10 working on 11 now. He will have 11.
And it could be one of those deals, you know this, Davey, where there's plenty of dock talk. Hey, you should be throwing a jig. You should be throwing a big crankbait. You should be doing these things. And a lot of these younger anglers, rookies, they take that advice and they're chasing someone else's bite. Jacob, whether it's technology or not, is leaning into what he is very good at, and it has carried him. He's got confidence in it, whether it's St. John's River and Rodman Reservoir, something down there, or it's Lake Champlain. He is feeling and doing what he wants to do.
I think it's just similar, but Seth Feider went back the other way. He picked up a jig and a frog and said, I need to do this. This is what got me here to the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yes. Well, from neighboring New Jersey, it's Greg DePalma. Always does very well when he comes up here to Champlain. Just almost always in the top 25 here.
Yeah, certainly does good on the Northern Swing. You can tell he's not far from home when he's up here at these tournaments. St. Lawrence River next week, I think, will be another good week for him. He's had a lot of success there. Good to see him having a great week. He's certainly a level-headed gentleman on the Bassmaster Elite Series, a good fisherman. Surprised he hasn't had any more success this year than he has, but what a way to turn it around. He and his wife are expecting a baby here sometime in the next week or so.
Yeah, and second one, is this pre-baby magic? Normally it happens after.
That's right. Be great for him to get that blue trophy and a baby all in 1 week right before the St. Lawrence, and then go there and have another good week.
Very productive spot there, away from everyone else. Good setup for Greg DePalma. Look, his prospects look pretty high right now. No one's prospects look any higher than this man, our tournament leader. Well, he was until a few minutes ago, our tournament leader, Chris Zaldain.
Yeah, we just talked about Greg DePalma being about 10 miles away from his closest competitor, I think, and 20 miles away from most of his other competitors. Chris Zaldain just the opposite. He has caught his fish around other anglers in what we would call community holes, but I'm not saying about community holes. That community hole has been good for 30 years. There's a reason. There's going to be a lot of fish there. You've just got to learn the baits and the little tricks, the retrieves and things to do to get these fish that get a lot of pressure for Lake Champlain. These fish that live around these guts get a lot of pressure, and Chris Zaldain has done a great job. He's outfished the people around him with a mixture of baits. Certainly a bait you don't see a lot of anglers throwing up here, that bigger glide bait, but man, he caught this good largemouth that gave him the lead, and then lost one even bigger than that just a few casts later. So he could be back in the lead had he not lost that one. But done a great job today, just really outfishing other competitors around him.
Done a great job all season as well. Certainly locked in his spot in the Classic next year. 10th place at points. And at the top, we just mentioned Chris Zaldain, no longer our leader. It's Ed Loughran, who's been out for the past few tournaments for medical issues. He is back, and obviously back with a vengeance, taking over the lead by a whole, 10 ounces ahead of Chris Zaldain here. So Ed Loughran from the Eastern Seaboard coming up big time, up a little bit farther north in northern New York.
Did one note there. Not in the exact same area, but down south, away from most of the people like Greg DePalma. Ed Loughran has kind of been on his own all day today, so that's good news for him.
Well, let's take a look at our marathon peak performance. It's going to be that man, Ed Loughran, right there. You can see his arc through the day right there, and boy, that is a strong bag of fish right there. Maybe the second biggest one we've had caught here during the time this tournament has been in session.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at the weights and where we saw him on the map, I'm curious to see if that 5'8" is not a smallmouth, because it looked like he was in an area where he would be catching more smallmouth than largemouth. He could have a mixture, but it'd be very interesting to see when he comes to the weigh-in stage to see if that 5'8" is a largemouth or a smallmouth.
Well, there's some more fishing time left out here. Another hour's time for our anglers to get something done on this all-important day number 2 to tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite here on legendary Lake Champlain. It's the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite from Lake Champlain, sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Looking down about the last 30 minutes of our coverage we have available for you today. They'll be going all the way to 3 p.m. actually, Eastern time, but a lot of that time will be taken up with travel back to Plattsburgh to get prepared and checked in, ready for the weigh-in, which begins right here on Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m. Ceremony begin. Dave Mercer taking care of that for us. Let's get out on the water to New York.
Please be abash.
Son of the state of New York, Kyle Patrick.
Chris Johnson just landed a 4.5 pounder. He's up to 10th place again, 20 pounds even on the day.
Dude.
A lot of even numbers though, so I think he may be low.
I don't know if it'll help. Truly. Could. Could, for sure. The possibility is there. I feel like it probably does. Thanks, man. Hook broke in its mouth. Oh my God. Oh my. Yeah, sure. Like deep inside? Sure. Yeah, that should be okay.
I'll stay under 18.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What is it?
311.
Hey, that's a good band.
Number 1 is gone. Where is number 1?
311's good help.
Yeah. That was a little thicker than he thought it was. It was out there in the water. Kyle Patrick, we're going to go several miles away. Check in again with Robert G. Robert G. Been with him all day long. He has given us a lot, too. A lot of smallmouth in the boat.
Winds have calmed down for him there.
Oh, yeah.
About half of what it looked like it was blowing a few hours ago.
Be harder for those smallmouth to get a running start and jump in the boat on you.
Oh, boy.
That one might do it, though.
This one might help.
I think that one will help. That's a hammer.
Might help. Looks pretty big, and it's pulling pretty hard. I like that. Stay on, baby. They move so fast. I think he'll help.
If that doesn't help, he's got
I hope so.
a lot more weight in that live well than we think.
I think so
That's
too.
a 4
Looked a lot
pounder.
bigger when he jumped. Sky
We should have seen this guy. Should have been on our radar. Had a sparkling performance in the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens EQ. Tackle Warehouse EQ qualifiers. All 9 events there. Was 4th place in that. Made it easily on that pathway to the
3 3/4.
to the Bassmaster Elite Series. We are looking for our top 9 again on that same series this year. And the man on top, Easton Fothergill.
We got 1 point, Tommy. Everything is close in bass fishing these days. 1 point from 9th to 10th. Matt Adams hanging on to that last spot. But you mentioned Easton Fothergill coming from the college series, winning the classic bracket, making the classic, making the final day, overcoming everything he has. And with 3 events left, 2 of them not far from his home in Minnesota, he's got a 1 point lead over Dakota Ebert. So you got the college classic bracket winner, and you got the last guy to sign up for the EQs. He signed up a week before Okeechobee and was able to get in. And those 2 were 3 events from the Elite Series.
About another guy from Minnesota, since we're talking about guys from Minnesota, Seth Feider. Again, sort of hanging in there on the strength of his day 1, but not a bad day number 2. He keeps slowly culling up, 17-3 now. Stuck on 15 and change for a long time.
Just that one really nice largemouth away from being right there in the top 5.
Exactly where it was, yeah.
Yes.
That'll help.
That should go. Thick. I think. Dang it. I think I got overly excited. It could be a
Might help a little bit.
Yeah.
Could be.
It's a nice large, not that really nice largemouth.
These ones in here are thick though. Should weigh heavy. Gotta be a 313, number 3. Come on, give me some good news. Not much of it. Oops. Very minimal call.
Minimal cull is described by Seth Feider there, so not much.
It's like you got money for Christmas. It just wasn't as much as you wanted. Like, it's a good thing. It's still a good thing you got the cull. It just wasn't as big as he'd hoped.
Feed the ball, Danny.
Back to Kyle Patrick.
Oh yeah, that is a big one. Oh my gosh, and it hasn't eaten it yet. There he goes. Not a big one. Be the ball, Danny. Danny? Be the ball. Come here, sweetheart. No. I just said it was small. I could tell by the mark it wasn't terribly large. I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm gonna do some ignorant stuff, like stuff I would never do. I might run to tie. Well, depending on what the wind's going to be like. And weigh like 26.
Dave, have you heard anything that would tend to make an angler say, I'm going to go to Ticonderoga tomorrow? Make that long, long run?
I have not. I have not.
You can't hear everything, but yeah.
I think Kyle is just.
He's
being Kyle.
Yeah, he's run a lot of stuff up the flag, see if any of it gets respect.
And he's got that. I'm in a great spot in points. I can't win Angler of the Year. Probably can't win Rookie of the Year, but I'm going to have a top 20 AOI finish. I've made the day 3 cut for the Champlain event. I'm trying to win. And so I don't feel confident in what I'm doing right now to win. So why not? This is the most free that any angler's ever going to be, other than maybe day 1 of the season where you don't know at the point, you know, he might. Same thing with guys next week going for it. There's going to be 30 guys that have nothing to fight for but try to win. 40 guys. Some that are in the Classic, some that are got to do it to make the Classic, you know.
He's in that fine line in the points where he doesn't really have a chance to win Angler of the Year, but he's, you know, after today's performance, he's going to be solidly in the Classic. So normally you're either fighting for your life to make the Classic, or fighting for your life to win AOI, or fighting for your life to just survive in the elites. I mean, but he's not in any one of those positions. So truly, I mean, he might run a tie tomorrow, but and gamble there at the St. Lawrence. But more often than not, you're battling those points, you know, for any one of those things I just mentioned. But it's a very good feeling to go into the last event like he'll be able to go into it and not really have anything to worry about.
Now the points, Such and Tommy and everybody, like, are unofficial. Even though we show the points leaderboard, it's unofficial, but it becomes a little more official each day of the tournament. We'd knock off half the people, so you can't really fall, all those different things. But after yesterday, after day 1, I think the top 23 don't have to catch a bass anymore. Like, once you get above that 505, 510 points, you're locked in. So as long as those guys like Lee Livesey, Hunter Schrock, Brandon Lester don't fall off the face of the earth.
Maybe Will Davis even, who's in our top 10.
As long as they are in and they stay in, you know, they're not 10th and finish 40th, then they're A-okay.
Well, I kind of want to stick around and fight for that progressive AOI money, man. They're giving out 580-something thousand in inside the top 10, which Patrick has just done. It's 15 grand. 11th to 30th is 10 grand. So
you want to, and that's 5, what they are. But yes, they're.
I mean, you know, the win is 100,000, but.
That's a good point, Such. But the gamble might be, hey, I'm gonna gamble to try to move up in that AOI money. I really don't have a lot to lose, so you can look at that both ways. Yeah.
35.
Yeah, there's a lot of money there.
30,000 to third, 26.
Sometimes you see those guys have to do that because it's hard to separate yourself fishing for the same quality smallmouth as everyone else. You gotta go bucket head fishing, as a fighter would say, you know. And
Chris Johnson moving up again, a 4-pounder. He's got 1 under 3 pounds. He's got 20 pounds, 4 ounces, 7th place. Ooh. Chris Johnson has a late check-in too.
It's just a big old skinny one.
I think it's better than 212, but
it is not.
I think the wind has hurt Wesley quite a bit today. He's still a little choppy there where he's at. He did not need that fishing out over that deeper water. Trolling motor and his transducer out of the water quite a bit this morning. It's hard to do what he was trying to do.
I want to make you aware that the kayak fishing, if you're not already aware, most people are, that it gets bigger and bigger and more participated in by Bass Tournament loving people. Kayak, the Yamaha Right Waters Kayak Series just had a big tournament up here in this little south of here, the Susquehanna River, and congratulations to Ewing Minor at 187 inches by their scoring
system.
You'll
know Ewing. His brother Nolan, one of the best college anglers that we could. Yes.
Absolutely.
Ewing's not too
shabby. Register today, scan the QR code for the Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series. Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite, Plattsburgh, New York, and fabulous Lake Champlain. We got about, hey, our live coverage sponsored by Skeeter. Should throw that in for sure. very important. We got very little time left, about 9 minutes left for our time here with you, live coverage, but 3 o'clock. A lot of knowledge will be shared with you at the weigh-in right here on Bassmaster.com. Last stop for knowledge, though, while we're here, maybe right now with Ronnie Moore at the screen.
No, I'll try, but yeah, the official knowledge will be dropped by Dave Mercer at the weigh-in later. The unofficial knowledge at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge is brought to you by me right now. Wanted to show you some Lake Master maps. So what's interesting is that we talked about how we've been at Champlain in mid-July or earlier for almost every stop except for last year. Late August, the 17th through the 21st. This year we are mid-August, and how these areas just slightly change. You're a week off of last year's pattern, but how these fish are no longer over the abyss. We saw those two big islands in the inland sea where those fish and those anglers were congregated. A lot of current swept through, but we're seeing a lot more structure fishing. We're seeing a lot of anglers closer to contour lines, whether it's the 15 to 25 foot depth range where it transitions to 30 to 40, or maybe it's the 17 foot depth range where it gets to 10. But there's some islands that have definitely had some people, some extended points, some banks where it's not tight drop-offs, where maybe the mid-depth range, like that 10 to 20, extends a little farther. It gets a little wider for those contour lines. We're seeing some of those places. You can see here, there's 3 green areas, which are high spots in that teen range, not in the 20-foot range. And so there's places like that. And then this is just north in the inland sea, just north of those islands where we talked about last year and saw most of our people. This is where it really widens out. And so there's a lot of anglers keying in on boulders, little drops, things like that. Some of these fish spawned a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago. They just haven't fully gotten out on those pods of bait. Those schools are broken up. There's a lot of other fish on their own, and they haven't quite got together yet. So some of these places have really paid off, and we're not seeing anglers congregated like we normally do. Maybe we'll see someone separate themselves, on their key area as we hit the weekend, which we're in the weekend, but as we hit the turn of the tournament.
That's right. We're only going to be halfway done by the time we finish the weigh-in today. So because of our postponement of day number 2 to today, Saturday. Back out to Robert G.
Looking at the Lake Master mapping there that you were using, Ronnie, worth its weight in gold up there, because a lot of those high spots, those humps that don't come completely to the surface, but you can hit, are not marked with buoys.
That might be a coal. I can't really tell. He's real dark. I couldn't tell what, but he's fighting like a good one. Oh, baby. Oh, no. That was about a mess up by me. I don't think he'll help, but I sure hope he does. He's the right length. He's just not the right girth.
Close.
See, he's the right length, but that end of the spectrum there. But his mouth and everything else is the right size. Oh. He might coal.
Hold that baby up again.
See the 4-pound body.
Fish is 3.8. I think that fish.
Yeah.
It is lean, but it's more than 3.8.
Oh, deceptively heavy. And listen, what do I hear?
Ooh.
We didn't really have a chance to guess it, but I guess it's the Chris Zaldain special.
Power pole replay the day music, I think we're here. Yep. Yep. Power pole total boat control. Replay the day. Chris Zaldain. Which one of his highlights? Oh, yeah. Throwing a bait we have not seen through the years. Thrown very often at all.
You're just reeling along and it's going left to right. Boom! Woo!
I just had to let him do that part.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
solid gold right there.
490.
Chris Zaldain, Power Pole Replay of the Day, fishing some very popular areas that get a lot of pressure. And kudos to him for figuring out that these northern largemouth will bite that glide bait. Here we go, one more time. Yes!
Oh, yeah.
What do we call it, the machine gun? We got the sprinkler, we got the Q-tip, all those different dance moves. What was that, the machine gun?
I thought Bowman called it the left leg lift.
Yeah, it was. That was his tell.
That one got by me somehow.
I was going to say, I can
me.
tell when Chris is going to hook up as well, and it's when he sets, you know, as the rod starts to bend and he leans backwards, that's his tell.
Yep.
But
maybe you've covered an angler a little too long when you realize when he bends his left knee, he's about to catch one.
Get on to the next angler. Enough from you on that one.
Oh, Robert G. hooked up again.
Wow. Just culled up a little bit.
He looks skinny.
Of course, things have calmed down throughout the lake. No whitecaps now.
Right.
All these different locations these anglers are at.
Dang, it's skinny, boy. These are like long toads, but they're just not fat. They should be.
Well, we cannot complain about the fish catching today. It was fantastic, as expected, here on Lake Champlain.
Well, I was a little curious this morning if it would start as good as it was on Thursday, but it absolutely did. Maybe even better.
Faster, yeah. Faster start, I think, for a lot of our anglers. We did not get a double-barrel largemouth catch by any single angler today.
My stomach doesn't hurt from laughing as much either today, but this was strictly business. A lot of bass catches. We had a lot of humor yesterday.
And so much on the line today, knowing that 51 anglers will not be fishing tomorrow, and so many points there maybe left behind if you barely missed out on that top 50. So all strictly business here today, but lots of fish catching, and brown ones and green ones.
We're also going to learn a lot we do not know right now about who caught what out there today, because so many anglers were without the ability to report in for Bass Track. So there's a lot more information to be rolled out through the course of the weigh-in. Of course, nothing's official till it passes through the weigh-in anyway. So there's two great reasons to tune in at 3 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. Weigh in with Dave Mercer, and we'll get all the picture. We'll know who the 50 are who will fish tomorrow. Semi-final Sunday, in hopes of being among the top 10 to fish on Championship Monday. Our coverage begins 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1 and continues tomorrow right here on Bassmaster.com.